Good morning. Good morning. It's 9:05. We're going to reconvene the TRPA Governing Board meeting for today. What is it? May 25th at 9:05. 23rd, sorry. Well, I didn't put my readers on. That's okay. I've been off all week. Well, you called it roll. Yeah. Ms. Alden, here. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Bass. Ms. Conrad Zeta. Ms. Ditz. Ms. Fastinos. Here. Ms. Gustafson. Here. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hill. Mr. Honigman.
Here.
Ms. Lane. Here. Ms. Loomer. Mr. Rice.
Here.
Mr. Settlemeyer.
Here.
Ms. Williamson. Here. We've only got 3 Californians, so Alex is downstairs.
Alex,
Oh, yeah, Alex is here.
She's here.
Okay, she's upstairs. Okay. Well, I wanted to take a few minutes just to thank, first off, our incredible staff who took care of us yesterday, organized a wonderful dinner last night and accommodations, and ordered the weather for today. And all the effort it goes into making a retreat like this happen. And secondly, to thank all the governing board members that were able to make it. We don't get enough time together just to talk and share thoughts and views. And I think it's so important for any of us working together on a team to have those times where we can really talk to each other and not at each other or at the public and all of what goes on with serving on a board like this board in particular. So thank you for taking the time. I know how busy we all are, and to make time to be here today means a lot to everybody, and I think we'll benefit greatly from this effort. So Kaylin, you wanted to take it from here, but thanks again for being here. Thanks to staff for organizing.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Kalen. Quick introductions, quick agenda review, then to Director Reagan to open the day. Not really an exercise here because we actually want to move through introductions fairly quickly and a bunch of this morning quickly so that we can do things like eat and walk today and do things like that. So name, from whence you came, and your guess for the temperature of Fallen Leaf Lake right now. My name is Kalen. I'm from Reno. I'm gonna tell you I know, so I'm not going to guess.
I'm John Hester. I'm from TRPA. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, or location, geography, or affiliation, whatever you want to say.
I too live in Reno and I'm gonna guess 42 degrees.
Thank you.
Michelle Blicker, TRPA, I live in South Lake, and I'm gonna say 52.
Excellent.
Dave Sommer, Director of Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Nevada, 60.
Ben Senniman, San Francisco, 53.
Julie Reagan, TRPA Director, Child of the Lake in Carson City, Nevada, and 48.
I'm Graham Michelle. I'm from South Lake Tahoe, and I will guess 51.
Supervisor Lane.
Supervisor Lane, El Dorado County, born and raised in the South Lake Tahoe, -7.
It's about right.
Tiffany Good, TRPA, South Lake Tahoe native, now residing in Sacramento, and my guess is 50.
Commissioner Rice, good morning.
Good morning, Wes Rice, Douglas County. I thought we were, how many years we've been here now? I would say 47.
And that was the answer to which question?
Chad Cox, been with TRPA for a couple of months, Carson Valley based. I'm guessing 49.
Charlotte Hales from Douglas County. I'm an alternate to Commissioner Rice here. And I live in Minden and I'm gonna guess 51.
Fantastic. Kat, do you mind?
Yeah, Kat McIntyre, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, live in South Lake Tahoe,
I'm gonna guess 49.
Belinda Castillos, I come from the San Gabriel Valley and I'm saying 51, because that's the year I was born.
Oh, boy, we better not. Cindy Gustafson, Tahoe City, Lazar County, and, gosh, I guess I'm gonna say, 57. Did anybody guess 57? I was trying to keep track. Okay. 57. I am.
Karen Fink with TRPA. I'm gonna go with 38.
Nice.
I still think my -7 was legit.
I'm Ken Caseman. I live in Zephyr Cove, but splitting time in Placer County these days as well in Turkey. And I'm gonna guess 44.
John Marshall from Reno, and I'm gonna say above freezing.
That's the Price is Right strategy, yeah. Dan.
Dan Seagan, South Lake Tahoe, we're going 61 degrees.
I think you can get that.
Yeah, Devin, TRPA, I'm from about a mile to our east and 59.
Thank you, sorry. Thank you.
I'm Sarah Underhill. I live in South Lake Tahoe and I'm gonna guess 54.
Haley Williamson, I live in State Line and I will guess 47.
Kim Carringer, I live in a place I like to call Lower Kingsbury. And I'm going 50.
Under Kingsbury.
Yeah. Alex Loomer, I split my time between Woodfords and South Lake Tahoe. I'm gonna guess. Yeah, 58.
Excellent. Nick, good morning.
Hi, Nick Heyman. I live in South Lake Tahoe. I'm gonna go with 51.
Oh my gosh, something's wrong with me. Shelley, good morning.
Good morning.
I don't know.
Fly on the wall. I'm gonna guess 48.357.
Gavin, hello.
Hey, yeah, Gavin Bagger, you just say Lake Tahoe, from Montana originally, Helena, and I think the lake is probably 48. So we have something said that, I think.
Hi, everyone. Justin Patterson, you can see Lake Tahoe, living in Santa Barbara. I have 2 kids here in South Lake, so I'm local by association now, for about 12 years. Water temp, 49.8. That's, I like the decimal.
I'm a nobody. Fiddle, I'm cat fiddle, and I'm gonna guess 37.
Anybody who helps set up and give us food is actually VIP.
I know.
Yes.
Catherine, good morning.
Calvin Houston, TRPA, and I'm in South Lake Tahoe now. I'm gonna go with 46.
Okay.
Campbell, Minden, Nevada, this is how we talk in Minden now. 49.
Gloria Ambler, Christmas Valley, and I'll say 53.
Whoever's right has to jump in, right?
Yes. Well, I'm so glad you said that because only one person got it right. And the number, so I'm told, I didn't measure it, someone who works here and who swims apparently every day said it is 53 degrees. So it means. Your timing was perfect. Your timing was absolutely perfect. Nice to be back at retreat with y'all. We will do public comment in a moment. We've settled into a little bit of a groove on these retreats where we're doing 2 things each time, which I think is very appropriate for the retreat level. High level strategy on where we're going in the basin and how things are working between the board and the staff and among the board, right? So we're doing that very thing today in the following ways. Oh, there is another thing that we want to do at these retreats, which is time together and wow. And so exercise is also built for talking to each other, sometime during the day for eating in a lovely spot, as well as walking down the street to waterfalls at peak flow. And so this is supposed to be informative so that you can talk to each other, and it's also a public session. So we did some designing around microphones and cameras and stuff, and we'll adjust according during the day. The way it goes, Director Reagan will start us off setting the stage. Then Hester and Kim will help us setting the stage further, getting more specific about 3 strategic initiatives. And then a larger bucket that kind of is cross-cutting, talking about both progress, a quick look back, but also looking forward. Across those same 4 buckets, we'll ask you to look forward with 2 key questions. What are you looking forward to implementing this year? How can TRPA best work with partners in the community to advance this priority? In other words, a what and a who and how. Generally, board does strategy and staff figures out how to do it, except that, as you all know, in reality, that bounces back and forth, and that's just what we want to talk about here today. Take a break. Hear about some of the key themes from those discussions, and then there's the procedural part. Spend some time this afternoon. What would make working together better, more effective? I don't know. I think we're doing pretty good. But so we'll do that, and that's the day. Any questions? I think I did it. Think I'm forgetting anything? I don't think so. Director Reagan, good morning.
Good morning.
Did I mess up the slides? Did you turn something off? Did I kick the cord or something?
No.
It just
So
turned
I
itself
think
off.
the projector turned itself off,
Okay.
and we're waiting for assistance.
Does everybody know Steve? He's the other person that makes all of these meetings happen and keeps us fed. Yeah, Steve.
See, well, good morning. Here we go. Is everybody excited to be here?
Yeah.
I am. Thank you all, and I want to echo our board chair Cindy's opening remarks to say to have a full day board meeting and then to go into a strategic planning session is a pretty tall ask. And we're very happy that you have made the time to be here. We do have an online opportunity for the public. So I'm told that there aren't yet people joining, but if they do join, welcome. And we wanted just to take this opportunity first to set the stage, not do a lot of presentations today, but we felt like the context setting was really important to get going, but then to have the rest of the time really to hear from you and to have some interaction with staff and members of the public in more of an interactive fashion, similar to what we did last year over at the Science Center in Incline Village. But again, you all know me, Julie Reagan. I'm just so honored to be now in a year and a half as the director of this agency and drawing on a couple decades, joining many staff that have served for many years at the agency, and just looking at that timeline and perspective. I did a lot of look backs in historic articles and newspaper stories and books that have been written about the lake, just to kind of get in the mindset for today. And it's amazing, you know, what this basin partnership has accomplished in the last 60 years. But before we get into a little bit of what the topics of the day are, I wanted just to, you know, we have a lot of, you know, how do you know when you're a local in Tahoe? But I had to start this meeting by acknowledging the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California and invite you all, because they are the true locals of this basin. And when you are in the office next time, if you haven't stopped in the Washoe room, right behind the front counter in our lobby area, we have a copy of this land acknowledgement that we worked on with the tribe. It's been a big goal of ours to get closer to the tribe and to not just consult, which is, you know, the legal terminology around consulting with the sovereign nation, but actually engage and work together and collaborate effectively. So I wanted just to say, you know, what we developed together as part of our agency involvement and transportation equity study. But we acknowledge Tahoe, Lake Tahoe, is the homeland of the Washoe people, the people from here. And the Washoe are the original stewards of the land in and around the Lake Tahoe basin since the beginning of time. And as a sovereign nation, the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California as it's known today, continues to advocate for the protection and preservation of the Washoe people's homelands. And the chairman, I spoke to Chairman Cyril Smokey, and he was not able to be at any of these proceedings. He had a conflict, but Dan Segan just was meeting with him and with many members of the tribe this week, so that we can make sure that as we look to the future, which today is going to be a little bit about the past, but very much the future, we want to make sure that we're working together collaboratively with the Washoe tribe. And we're back, just like that. So before we get into our strategic priorities and the nuts and bolts of what we're doing, we just thought it'd be very helpful to what I'm calling watershed moments in the lake's history, you know, with the picture of this watershed. The ability to form an interstate compact, have it ratified, you know, by Congress, signed by the president, coming up here 55 years in December will be the anniversary of when President Nixon signed the original compact. And then to sustain that over more than half a century is unbelievable. And we know that the compact is like no other interstate compact in the United States. The studies have been done of other interstate compacts. We're very unique. And that comes with a unique obligation to work together. And that's a theme that I think you'll hear throughout the day. Working together and true collaboration is really challenging. But the science that drove the protection of the lake really recognized the need for this cross-jurisdictional collaboration. But the attention was really always on development. And development kind of consumes all the oxygen in the room sometimes. Yesterday, the governing board approved 3 updates to very important environmental standards in the areas of aquatic invasive species, stream environment zones or wetlands, and Tahoe yellowcrest, an endemic species that is a plant that grows nowhere else but Lake Tahoe. And not nary a word was said, but that was an amazing accomplishment. But yet development does seem to be a lightning rod. It always has been in the lake's history. It always will be. And so we really wanted to put in context some of what's happened in the history of the modern history of the basin. And to get to 90% of the basin's watershed as protected is unbelievable. And it didn't start that way. And I'll tell you how we came to be in the progression of this. But if you just look at this map, I mean, almost 80% of the land is owned, managed by the federal government. This is Forest Service land all around us. And some of you got to meet up with Eric Walker, the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit Forest Supervisor last night. And that has happened over time. There was legislation called Santini-Burton, the Land and Water Conservation Fund that comes from the federal government, and then a number of other programs over time, Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act, Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, to slowly get to this, you know, willing seller opportunities to conserve land. But if you just look at that green around the map, and this map is also on the far right of the room, you know, take a peek, it's pretty impressive. And so then you go, well, then how come we fight so much about this little swath of land? But the history of Tahoe has always been steeped in that controversy. And so I have to say a big thank you to our GIS team, Mason Bindle, and supported by lots of other staff who put together a development parcel timeline. And when you look at this map, and so this is a glimpse of pre-1924, look at the top bar, that one bar I think is like less than 100 parcels. And think of the time, you know, in the 1800s, John Muir was advocating for Tahoe to be a national park. Well, then we had the Comstock era of logging and 2/3 of the trees around the basin being logged for the mining industry in Virginia City and the boom of the time. And then there was private development. And so if you go back and read those history books, people said the lake was already, the watershed was too disturbed and there was already too much private development in 1924. So like 100 years later, and then the bar between 25 and 1959, the year before the Olympics happened in what is now Palisades, Tahoe. So it's really interesting to then see, you know, where we go. That was South Shore. We had to break these down, South Shore and North Shore. And so even less development on the North Shore up to 1959. And so then the Olympics happened. Everyone found Lake Tahoe. It was coinciding with World War II. People were in cars, taking vacations, getting out. And then all of a sudden, people discovered Lake Tahoe. And so we had this boom that went through the 70s. The population really jumped. And so look at that South Shore timeline. If you look at what happened before 1924 up to 1970, and then it was like off to the races. So the compact came into play in 1969, but the first compact had a lot of interesting provisions. Of course, the board makeup at the time was largely, the majority was local electeds, and development's always, pressure is always greatest at the local level. Everyone who's an elected official is very keenly aware of that. And then there was a provision, John Marshall, what was it? If the board didn't act in 60 days, the permit just became effective, right?
Deemed approved.
Deemed approved. So this bar says deemed approved. I mean, just look at how that just went crazy. And so that South Shore, again, because these, I wanted to show the progression. We'll go back to the North Shore, and the North Shore posters up there too. So then, if you really map this, the compact changed in 1980, and it was a shift. And there was a change in the board makeup. There were environmental threshold carrying capacities that were adopted in 1982, and a regional plan. And then you just go right down the line, and you just see this bar becomes very small. And we're going to talk about, you know, the progression over the decades as well. And it's just cool to see how that. Then you lay in all the vacant parcels, and this one in the gray, and you just can see how this checkerboard has evolved. On the North Shore, same thing happened in that big bar from 1970 through 87. 1987 was the year of our first true regional plan. Bless you. So this is pre-24 through 1987, just parcel development on the north end of the lake. The west and the east shores, you know, on the east shore where there's so little development, and we're just trying to tell the story with these two ends of the lake. And then this is all the way to present. The very bottom bar there is 2013 to 2024. So the last decade, you can see how little development there has been since 2012 in the update of the regional plan. But yet there's a perception that there's a lot. And so I think some of the discussions we want to have today are to unpack really what is driving that perception. When you look at the impact on the ground and the numbers in the last 10 years, there's so little development. I think Chad said, what, 14 times the, what did you say?
Yeah, the 1924, yeah.
We're only 14 times above 1924 here today in the last decade. So, but yet there's a perception of just like so much is happening. And so we want to unpack that a little bit. Then you lay in some of those vacant parcels in the North Shore map. And you just see there is a big tail to the big story to tell. So the idea there of just putting these maps in front of you is to put in context the decisions that the board makes and that the public is engaged in. Because when you look at what's happened in the last 10 years, it's half as much development that happened from 87 forward. And why is that? You know, I mentioned, we had this update of the 1980 compact, and a lot of folks may not know John Garamendi. Congressman John Garamendi's district is just outside Lake Tahoe. He represents Davis and other parts of California, but he was actually in the state legislature and helped author the 1980 compact amendment. He takes great pride in Tahoe. He's always available to help us. He's on some key committees in Congress. He comes to our summit every year, and he was one of the authors of that. 1982, the compact is called for establishing thresholds, and you just updated 3 of them. The vast majority of the 150 plus standards came from the 80s, and we're slowly getting ready. Oh, Sting. Interesting. Well,
I've got another call.
we still have this one. There we go. I'm almost done. I'm wrapping it up. That was my wrap up cue, right? Okay. So 1987, I mean, some of you were around, Brooklyn remembers this very well. It was a time of contention in the basin. In the first regional plan, everyone sued each other. A court imposed building moratorium occurred. And we still are living with anger that stems from that. And many of our staff encounter that because A lot of people's lives were affected adversely during that time. It was very litigious, it was very difficult. You know, properties were in limbo. There were 17,000 vacant parcels at the time. And our attention was on those parcels thinking that. That's a good one. I think we lost.
back, it's got you.
Oh, there we go. See, okay, stand by. Okay. And at the time, the focus of the agency was very much on residential development because there were these 17,000 vacant parcels. I just happened to see at the National Outdoor Recreation Conference, Bill Morgan's son, Tim, Bill Morgan was the director of TRPA in the 80s, and he was really credited with what was called a consensus plan at the time, and it really began that era of collaboration and consensus to come to agreement around the regional plan of 1987. And his son was on the team that went out and looked at 17,000 parcels. I mean, people went out and gave ICE scores, the individual parcel evaluation system score, on 17,000 parcels. And the fights that people were having at the time of like, can this parcel have a garage or not? I mean, these were fights that were deeply affecting people's lives. And so the work that the agency was doing was very much connected to that residential quality of life experience. And then you fast forward into the EIP era, you all are very familiar with 97 and the summit. But we really said we need to shift our focus into something bigger, a restoration strategy for the lake. Another watershed moment, of course, was 2002 when the litigation went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled in TRPA's favor in a 6-3 vote. And so I'd be remiss not to mention that shaped our entire way of looking at what we do at the agency. And then that shift to that total maximum daily load of 2011, you know, that picture of dirty snow is what it's all about. All of the watershed drains into the lake, and we have to clean it before it gets into the lake. And the TMDL was a watershed moment to say, not every drop of runoff is created equal, and we need to be very strategic about how we treat water and make sure that it is clean before it goes into the lake. And we need to look at bigger scale, area-wide treatments, and the parcel by parcel approach with 40,000 plus parcels, you know, was maybe workable in the 80s, but we need to shift to a bigger way of thinking. So all that being said, the clarity challenge still is, you know, water quality is one of 10 threshold categories. We have 10 now, we started with 9. Our touchstone is the clarity of the lake, looking out at fallen leaf. I was telling Chad and Dan this morning, I got to go in a submarine down in here, down 150 feet, and it's so beautiful and so clean, but you can actually see those old trees that are at the bottom there that probably were the result of a mega drought. But mostly you see fishing line and old mattresses, so that was disappointing, which now we have a program called Clean Up the Lake to work on that. But this remains our touchstone, and it's still very much linked to the condition of the watershed and how we treat it. But you're gonna hear today from Kim and from Don Hester of some of this partnership rally. Since 1997, we're coming up on 30 years since that first summit and the creation of the EIP. I mean, look at what this partnership has achieved, because we discovered in the 90s, because of that development timeline, when you look at that bar, and you just look at that bar from 70 to 87, so much of this old infrastructure happened before we had a regional plan. That's why we have to go back and do this retrofit and have a broader strategy that looks at capital investment coupled with a regulatory framework and still a sharp eye on responsible development going forward. And the last slide is, you know, when you add in all of the parcels together, you know, we're looking at like 2% of the last remaining unbuildable lots in the basin. So just a little context as we, you know, go forward. And the threats that we have are enormous. We've got threats of climate change. You know, you saw these yesterday in Devin Middlebrook's presentation on the climate dashboard. So this last remaining 2% of work of development and making sure it's the right kind of land use policy is made even more complicated by the challenges that lie ahead. But I couldn't be more bullish on this partnership, and I really appreciate you all rolling up your sleeves and helping us plan for our work plan that you will be looking at in June and the budget as well. We're taking all your input today so that we bring you back something that is what we believe will be widely supported by the board, by our team, and by the community. So with that, I will turn it over to John Hester. Thanks.
Throughout today, please take care of yourselves. Stretch, take care of yourselves. Please do what you need.
I'm gonna put my readers on.
Thanks.
Okay. Kim and I have 25 minutes now.
I took 5, sorry. Well, it was a screen. I would blame it on technology.
Technology, so, I'll probably screw it up even more. Okay, we're going the wrong way. Okay, so I'm gonna talk a little bit about, what Kim and I are gonna try to cover in the next however many minutes. And really, like Julie said, and Kaylin said, we're trying to get input to update the annual work plan for 24-25. You'll see that next month along with Chad's first budget. Go Chad.
Thanks.
And so what we want to try to do is review the strategic priorities. And then Julie talked about the bigger bucket. We want to talk about something we're calling emerging issues. So we'll talk about that. Kim will talk about that a little more than I will. And the work plan you see next month will not only include the things we talk about today, but will include the ongoing activities we don't talk a lot about, but we're excited internally. Yes, sir.
Do you mind projecting from the diaphragm?
Okay. Anyway, the other parts of the work plan that you'll see there, is that better? Yes, okay. We're excited about some of the internal things, continuous improvement projects we bring you. Our HR department is gonna be bringing forward a leadership academy for us to develop staff. So we're looking forward to that. You'll see those things in the work plan next year. Or next month when it comes to you. So I'm gonna cover the first 2 strategic priorities, Tahoe living, keeping Tahoe moving. And Kim's gonna cover the next 2 after that. So I'll start with last year. You remember we came to you with, I think it was about an hour-long environmental scan. We had 4 recommended priorities and you all gave us your input and said, change that to these 3. So we did. I think Dan Segan thought it was really a great retreat because the 4th priority was threshold update and he got that moved into regular activities. But Dan, we're not gonna forget that you still have some threshold stuff, Dave. Anyway, so these were the 3 priorities, and I'm gonna talk about the first 2. So Tahoe Living, that's the name we gave to working on the communities, really, essentially. We talked about the idea of creating complete communities and what that meant. And you created a working group, the Tahoe Living Working Group, which has some of you on it and is run by the ABC, the chair of the ABC, the chair. Am I still projecting? You can hear? Okay, good. So phase 1, which we completed prior to then, was aligning our regulations a lot with the California ADU, accessory dwelling unit law. And we also worked on some inconsistencies between density conversion for hotels to residents versus hotels to hotels. So we fixed those things, kind of low hanging fruit. You did a yeoman's job, staff did a yeoman's job, I think, with phase 2, where we tackled some of the things Julie talked about. We tackled density, we tackled height, we tackled the amount of land coverage, and we also talked about parking. We got into parking, which is something TRPA hasn't gotten into. I'll talk about that, especially talk about the coverage change, because what we're talking about as part of that complete community strategy is green stormwater infrastructure and complete streets. And then today, where that initiative is going is going to looking more at equity, sustainability, and climate resilience, and I'll talk about that too a little bit. What we're excited about there, and Karen Fink and her team are leading that effort, is that we received a high impact transformative grant as the Metropolitan Planning Organization to work on housing. It was in the $1.5 million range.
It's 2.5.
2.5. Now we're not sure what it is. But we think we'll maybe at least get half of that. And so, we're excited about working on that and getting that funding to help us with the phase 3 work. And so what we mean by, those different things, I'm gonna talk about in a little more detail here. What you achieved in phase 2, when we talked about density, height, coverage, and so forth, we brought in an outside consultant who looks at development, worked with our working group, and they did an analysis and they said, if you want to reduce the cost of housing, here's how you do it. So, if you look at our cost, these figures are one of the prototype sites they looked at. If you look at our current regulations before you made the changes, we could reduce the cost by 19%, or move the AMI from 230% of AMI to 190% of AMI. If you know what that means, that's area median income. So the income level that can afford housing drops down from 230% of median to 190 if we do changes to TRPA regulations. If we do changes to planning or to parking, that can get it down to 30%. So that's the package you all adopted at the end of last calendar year. And that's the kind of impact that we think that the second group of amendments are going to have. One of the key pieces of that is Julie talked about how much land has been protected. And when she talked about parcel by parcel versus area wide, one of the things that TRPA has, it's sort of unique, is we limit the amount of a parcel that can be covered. And that was done based on science from the Forest Service on how you stop erosion or limit erosion. And so, and it was based on slope and things with the soil type and things like that. Well, what happened really there was, as you saw from the numbers that Julie showed you, TRPA hasn't had much parcel development through the subdivision process. If you think about like Cindy, the rest of Placer County, you get subdivisions all the time. You guys have 33,000 lots subdivided waiting to develop. Same thing in Washoe County, same thing in Douglas County, same thing in El Dorado County. When you're outside the basin, it's a different story. And when that happens, that development happens, you put in sewer lines, storm drains, all that kind of stormwater infrastructure that protects from erosion. We haven't been able to do that, like Julie talked about. We have really tried to retrofit one parcel at a time. And so we limit the amount of coverage, and we've done things like the BMPs you see in the top right. One of the, I think, really strategically important things that you did in adopting these housing amendments in the last calendar year, is you said, we can now start putting in these stormwater systems, the screen stormwater infrastructure, and that can allow us to not have to limit the coverage as much on those parcels, which, back to the previous slide, will help make housing more affordable. So we get better water quality, we get more affordable housing. And the other thing that's really nice about working on this kind of infrastructure is the same components that you work on: the streets, the sidewalks, the curbs, all of that, that you work on as part of the stormwater system, are the same components that go into complete streets. Complete streets meaning streets that work not just for autos, but for pedestrians, transit, pullouts, all those kinds of things, bike lanes, which is a key part of our transportation plan, key part of keeping Tahoe moving. So to me, it's really, really exciting what we just did. I'm a planner geek, so of course I get excited about that stuff. I think it's really important for the future of the lake. Moving to phase 3, and what I talked about, what we want to look at there is what's equitable in terms of our standards and regulations, given the impacts that different types of development have. You all know now we have basically the same requirements for a mega house as we do for a little smaller studio apartment. Those are the kinds of things we want to look at. We want to engage hard to reach communities, and we want to work on climate resilience as part of that. That can include things like evacuation, but it also includes community facilities in some of these areas. It's reaching people who don't have automobiles, who may not have the latest social media tools, whatever. And also, what are the greenhouse gas impacts of changing the way we deal with these? So that's what we're focusing on when the Tahoe Living Working Group moving forward and what we've achieved. I think it's a lot, and you all should be proud of yourselves. Moving to the, some of the related activities, and Kim's gonna talk about this a lot more than I am, but you remember last year, we had the priorities come from 4 to 3, and we also had a flip chart that said, what are the other things you'd like us to work on? And we had a board member who's not here anymore, but we had a whole list of things, and we committed, Julie said, given our bandwidth and resources, we'll do as much of that as we can. So last year's emerging issues, this is an example. These things have all been addressed all the way through the Advisory Planning Commission and Regional Planning Committee. They will be on your agenda next month. So we were able to fit in some other related activities. I guess they're related to Tahoe Living more than anything else, but I wanted to point that out. The other thing I wanted to point out is Shelley remembers this, the area plan concept 10 years ago or 12 years ago when we did the regional plan, the local government said, we would like to be able to work on our plans and not so much have TRPA do these top-down plan area statements and community plan. We think we have the planning capability. So what went into the 2012 regional plan was this idea of area plans. And if you do an area plan, at the local government level, gets adopted by the planning commission and the governing body there, then it comes to TRPA. If we think it fits within our regional plan, we adopt it too. We can then delegate some more permitting authority to you. I'm happy to say that in those 12 years of and I only count 4 counties because Shelley, I don't think Carson City's ever going to do an area plan for this 3 or 4 parcels right there. Anyway, we now have a complete area plan covering all of 2 counties. We have a commitment, I understand, Supervisor Lane from El Dorado County to do the rest of El Dorado County besides the Myers area plan. And the city of South Lake Tahoe has the tourist core area plan and the Tahoe Valley area plan. They've funded a Midtown area plan. So they're covering more of their city. Douglas County has a South Shore area plan, and my understanding is there are discussions about a future year funding the rest of that. So we are 12 years into it, really implementing the area plan process. We had, I can't remember, it was over 100 TRPA generated plan area statements and community plans. We've now come close to achieving that part of the regional plan, which is moving a lot of this to the local governments who are closer to their communities. We also have, the chart on the left shows, we have now a process we've worked out with the local governments. It's very much like what is in the state laws in both states, where you have a cycle sometimes it's every quarter, sometimes it's every half year, sometimes it's every year. We've done a twice a year cycle. So we're working with the local governments now on a regular cycle to work with the regional planning committee and the APC to update the area plan. So a lot of stuff in the Tahoe Living category. I want to move now to keeping Tahoe moving, to the transportation. We have a new threshold, vehicle miles traveled per capita, as you know. It's the 4-year RTP update. You heard yesterday about that. And we've got a new transportation committee that worked on their work plan last month, and next month it will be coming to you after they look at it to finalize it. So the transportation committee has looked at that draft, and highlights from that I'll cover what's in their work plan. First of all is the regional transportation plan update. Kira Richardson presented that yesterday along with Ironman. I couldn't find the Ironman slide, so you just get this boring graphic. But, what I want to tell you about that we've achieved getting up to the RTP update is completion of an equity study, Vision Zero strategy, active transportation plan, public participation plan, the draft of the transportation performance report, trail feasibility study, and we've upgraded and updated our travel demand model. So a lot of work has already been done and is going into this. All of these component plans will feed into the RTP. And it's kind of like, the way I would look at it is, it's a 4-year cycle, plan, do, check, continuous improvement cycle for transportation planning, because we'll do this every 4 years. The other part of this is sustainable community strategy. For those who don't know what it is, it's looking really at the demand side of transportation. How can we reduce demand so we don't have to build as many new roads or paths or put more money into transit? It's kind of the big picture approach. Some examples of how that works is the housing work I just talked about in Tahoe living. If we can reduce the commute required because we can have housing and work together, that's an example of demand reduction. Our regional land use pattern, got 5 minutes?
5-ish.
Okay, good. I can finish that easy. I only have 3 slides. Anyway, so about Ken. So,
Bad cleanup.
so that's the RTP. One of the key things that we talked about in the RTP that we have to do as part of it is a funding strategy. We need to update that. Transportation funding is no new issue to this group. And so we'll be taking another crack at that through the RTP. Our first step is getting agreement regionally on what is the current situation with funding and operations. And by operations, I mean projects, transit and other services. Second step is going to be what are the service and project needs from the RTP? The project list, you heard that talked about yesterday. And then the third step will be, how are we going to implement that? Who has what projects, what services, what responsibility, and how we fund it? So that's the second big component of the work plan for the committee. The third component is this demand reduction. I've already talked about that. So I don't need to talk about it a lot more, but I think you get the idea is what we do in terms of non-transportation can have a big impact on how the transportation system works. I can go more and more, but I probably have less time. The last thing I want to talk about before I turn it over to Kim is we have received, and I gotta say that 3 people in here, Kat's one of them, Kira, who you saw yesterday, and Michelle, they came to us and said, hey, we just heard about this Protect grant from FHWA, and it's for some of the things we're working on, and it's due in a week. Or was it 2 weeks? I can't remember.
It was 2 weeks.
2 weeks. And I think Julie was out that week, so I was at interim or acting, and I said, well, if you guys want to go for it, go for it. And, you know, I know some other MPOs who spent a lot longer time, didn't get the grant, we did. So kudos to the staff. We can get that. It's $1.5 million. Is that right? 1.7? Okay, so, and what it is it has 2 components. Kim's gonna talk about one, the resilient, let's see, what's it called? Resilient improvement plan, resilience. I wanna talk about the other part we talked about was, in the grant proposal was emergency transportation communications. So you all may or may not know, and we'll probably have a presentation coming soon from the first responders, but all of the counties except one have this software called Perimeter. This is a demo from their advertising stuff. And we've been talking with them about, we want to complement what you do. We don't want to compete with it. We don't want to confuse the public. But what are the things we could do working with you and your software to reach the underserved communities during an emergency? The other thing that's nice about that is we think it gives us the ability to also have some transportation demand capability in non-emergency, but peak events, demand side, the same thing that Michelle and her folks talk about all the time on how can we manage parking and things like that when it's like the 4th of July, that kind of stuff. So we're excited about that. I think it's gonna be a really nice addition to what we can do. We're already working internally to meet to talk about where are the gaps. Cat's involved with the multi-agency coordinating committee and the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team to work complementary with them, as well as on the resiliency stuff that Kim will talk about. So with that, I will stop. Did I make my time?
You did great, Hester. If it's okay with you, I'd love to open it up for questions before we go to Kim.
Sure.
Anything from, Julie's stage setting to Tahoe living and Tahoe moving? Observations, comments, questions?
Hey Julie, one question I had,
Yeah.
we talked about 90% protected, 98, how many acres is the basin?
200,000.
200,000.
And the Forest Service has almost 160,000 acres,
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
not including the water, that's land.
Got it.
Yeah.
Other comments or questions, observations? Thank you so much. Please continue to stretch and take care of yourselves, move around. Kim, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if I can work this. Yay. Okay, this is the last presentation of today, so I will be expeditious. I will talk about our restoration and resilience strategic priority, which we set in place last year. But it builds on nearly 30 years of the EIP coming up now, of the work we've done over the last few decades. Like Julie talked about, a lot of the legacy development that was put into place before TRPA was established, and some of the environmental degradation that happened before TRPA was established, and it's really why we came to be, is kind of the focus of the EIP. So while we strive to achieve our goals and thresholds through the regulatory and our planning role, like John Hester talked about, we also do it through a proactive capital investment program. So that's really the focus of the restoration resilience priority. And I want to talk about the 6 kind of strategies that we focus at TRPA as part of the priority. So there's 6. We lead and convene this partnership. We build sustainable funding strategies for the EIP. We prioritize and implement projects, cut green tape, expand our communications and engagement with our partners and the community, and we track progress and achieve thresholds. I'll talk about each of these. So first, the partnership. There are more than 80 partners in the basin implementing the EIP, and that is awesome. However, it is imperative we all work together, so we're all working towards the same goals. We're not duplicating work. We're not competing for funding against each other. We're missing opportunities to leverage each other's work and get the biggest environmental gains that we possibly can together. So we sometimes take for granted that we've really organized ourselves in this way with this many partners across, 2 states and across so many jurisdictions. That wasn't always the case. And there's many places across the country that are striving to do a collaborative bi-state restoration like this at this scale. So an example accomplishment of this last year, Dr. Pat McIntyre for the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team, she was able to plan and facilitate the first strategic planning retreat for the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team in over 5 years. And that was because of a lot of things. We had a couple of really hard fire seasons, and there was COVID, and a lot of it happened over Zoom. And when you don't get together and get to convene the partnership together, a lot of times you just kind of get focused on your sector's priority or your jurisdiction's priorities, and you lose connection to the bigger regional goals we've set to the EIP. And this was awesome to get this group back together and really sit together, talk about the challenges we face in the basin, think about what priorities we want to implement together. And it really propels us into the work we want to do this year for this year's work plan. One of the biggest needs the TFFT identified at their retreat is the need for a coordinator. They all have jobs, and it is hard to do that applying for funding, prioritizing projects, getting all of that partnership work on the ground. So we are going to use our funding agreement with the Forest Service and LTRA funds to fund a coordinator through the Tahoe RCD and keep that work going. And we will continue the work going with TFFT and the MAC. And we've heard from our community, and we of course agree that wildfire preparedness and evacuation is a top priority. It has been for, a couple decades, and it's even more now with climate change. So with the tech grant that Hester talked about, we are really hoping to continue to augment how we are prepared for fires and play the cross-jurisdictional role that TRPA can play for the partnership. So TRPA was a key player, post Angora to implement the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Commission report, which collaboratively worked with many agencies across the basin to develop 48 findings, 90 recommendations on how to reduce the threat of wildfire and improve our response, which that actually was what led to the creation of the TFFT. And it's a priority for us, again, to work with the public and, like I said, with the Protect Grant, to continue to augment the work of that original document 15 years ago, I guess it is almost, a little 17. Yeah. So that's just another example of how we want to implement this year on convening the partnership. Continue investment in the EIP. We have to implement projects through the EIP, and a lion's share of those projects are publicly funded and they're implemented through public works projects. We don't have one single sustainable funding source in the EIP. It's like our biggest goal that we are always been looking for. But we do have LTRA. And when the original LTRA passed back in 2000, it authorized 300 million for the federal share. I'll show that. The federal share, which was nice back then because we were able to get the funding through the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, and that gave us about 30 million a year. We estimate, based on the work we've done over the last 27 years, it costs about 100 million a year to implement all the projects we need to get on the ground through the EIP. And so with that anchor through the federal, all of these different jurisdictions can match that funding and implement. So it is imperative that we get that Lake Tahoe Restoration Act extended. It's already going to expire again in a couple months, September technically. And so that'll be a big part of our work program through this priority is extending LTRA. Okay, and then prioritize and implement projects for regional benefit. Last year, we as a basin accomplished a decades-long goal, a key goal of the regional plan, remove legacy development out of sensitive land where those development rights can be redirected to where they make more sense. And it also advances multiple thresholds in SEZ restoration and water quality and recreation public access. And that's the acquisition of Motel 6. It also connects to decades of projects that the EIP has implemented through this river corridor. It's one of the biggest priorities we have in the EIP. So that acquisition was huge to connect this again across a lot of different jurisdictions. So the California Tahoe Conservancy led this acquisition, but TRPA contributed $3.5 million through our mitigation fund program. So that funding is collected from different property owners on the California side that have paid into that account for excess coverage on their own lot. So we mitigate that by taking coverage out here. So that's going to be a really big priority to continue to prioritize these larger projects for regional benefit. That's going to be huge for lake clarity, for public access, like I said, and continuing making progress on our new SEZ threshold. There's lots of other big regional priorities in the EIP, and I will not go into all of them because there's truly hundreds of them, and I don't have time in this presentation. But with watersheds and water quality, I'll just mention with aquatic invasive species, the Tahoe Keys, we're in the last year of the aquatic invasive species control method test. We've got to complete that. It's ground zero for AIS. On forest health, you'll see next month we're bringing some projects on the West Shore for your approval, including the Homewood Hazardous Fuels Reduction Project. And we really hope to get Lake Tahoe West back online, so we'll be hearing more about that this year. There's forest health projects going all around the basin, but I'm just going to highlight the West Shore as a priority for today. Transportation, I'll just say transit. We've got to get that going and continue to get going and improve it. And stewardship, we have to implement the destination stewardship plan and really get those action teams on the ground to implement to get progress on the ground. Key part of the priority is tracking our progress towards our goals and our thresholds. You approved 3 new thresholds yesterday. Yay. And for good reason. Good reason because we're making good progress in all of them. And we needed to set new targets to bring them up to our current management practices, galvanize the partnership to keep working together and hold ourselves accountable, right? Because if you think about the AIS threshold you just set, no active infestations in the lake, that, it's not news, that's gonna be really hard to achieve. And it's gonna take all of us together and with many partners to fund it, to implement it, and to maintain it. So we've set a lofty goal for ourselves, and it's because we want to get there. And it's imperative that we continue to track the progress towards it. And that kind of leads to this next slide. We have lots of ways we track our progress, and this year through the EIP, with thresholds often spanning decades and longer than maybe your average EIP staffer is working on it. Alex, I heard you ask yesterday about whether we put time, like time indicators on our thresholds. We don't always, because a lot of it we can do through our EIP program. And so with the help of the EIP committee this year, we have a threshold evaluation coming out. We really want to look at what are our targets and how are we going to get there in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years? How many acres do we want to treat in the next 10 years? How many boats do we want to maintain through our boat inspection program? We're tracking our clarity challenge to see how much fine sediment. I think through this, the EIP committee, we can really look at the threshold evaluation, look at our goals and targets, and really keep the partnerships put on the gas on achieving these thresholds. I think this is my second to last one, but we really want to continue to expand our EIP communications and public engagement. And so on the left there, you see our Tahoe in-depth paper. This paper is produced and edited by our communications team here at TRPA. And one of the biggest priorities of the partnership and steering committee was like, we need to get more information out of the work that's going on in the public. We do that in a few different ways. Through Tahoe in Depth, we work with a lot of partners to write stories and really tell the stories of the EIP. We also just launched this new e-news called Profiles in Progress to really highlight projects that are making real progress on the ground. That's coming out monthly now to our regular mailing list through TRPA. And we've hosted a lot of webinars over the last couple of years on, what's happening on the North Shore, what's happening on the South Shore. All shores, I think we've almost done now. To really let the community and public know what's going on the restoration agenda for the EIP. And this year's work plan, we really want to look at, is there ways we can be more effective through our web presence? You've all seen Lake Tahoe info. We talk a lot about this. We have our climate resilience dashboard, the tracker, the lake clarity tracker. But we might want an additional landing page that really tells the story of the EIP and the goals, how the partnership's working together, so we might look at that for this year's work plan. Those are the resilience strategies. I won't repeat these again. I just wanted to summarize. I didn't go into cutting green tape. We'll do it more when we have some more time, but that's also a priority of this initiative. Those are the three, just as a reminder, because we're about to go into a breakout group. So these are the three. But before we dig into those three, I really wanted to highlight emerging issues. And there's we engage with the public through a variety of different ways, and of course in our board meetings. And we've heard lots of different issues that maybe you didn't see in these three strategic priorities. I also didn't touch on a lot of the work plan we're doing through just permitting and compliance, our research and analysis, our enforcement, our finance department. There's so much work going on. But I've looked, our team has looked through all of the public comments over the last year and really tried to look at some of the themes that we've heard from the public. I want to make sure we talk about those today and see how they're incorporated in either a priority or a work plan for the coming year. Some of those that we've heard, microplastics, litter, that's why we had that science presentation yesterday on the agenda. We really wanted to get some more information to guide your discussion today on, what's TRPA's role in some of these issues. The destination stewardship and visitor management on being able to manage tourism and high peak periods, parking, historic resources, our permitting and environmental review processes for development, what our enforcement priorities are, our shoreline code amendments, lead cables in the lake. We've heard about that this year. So I wanted to just put these as kind of just a summary to get the conversation going, but we'll have a whole station to just hear from you. Like, what have you heard that you want more information about? And maybe we should have some more discussion about and see where it might fall in a work plan. So with that, this is to guide the breakout sessions, and maybe I'll let you do that, or should I do it?
Please, and then I'm gonna repeat it. We're gonna repeat it a handful of times, so please.
Okay, so after this, we're gonna go into breakouts. We have 4 of them. And in the 3 strategic priorities, we have 2 questions. What are you looking forward to working on and implementing this year? And just get to talk about that and how you think it's gonna work. And how can we best work with our partners and the community to implement those strategic priorities? So kind of 2 guiding questions on those. And then we'll have a whole session, like I said, on emerging issues. What do you want more information on? That's kind of your guiding question. Just what do you think we really could use? Is there more science? Is there more data? Or do we really just need to talk more about what TRPA's role is? So just more information. So I think the way that we'll structure it is kind of relaxed. You can start wherever you want and you can go. We're not gonna like direct which station you go to each time, but we'll do like a 15-minute change, time to change if you want to, kind of guidance.
I'll do
And-
full instructions again, right after public comment.
Great.
But that was an excellent setup.
Yeah.
Just like with Hester, this was focused on restoration and resilience, what's going on, where they're looking forward. Comments or questions now for clarification about the EIP program. Anything is fair game.
Well, Kayla, what are you looking forward to working on and implementing this year within the existing scope of work? Because to me, I mean, there may be some emerging issues we want to start working on.
Yeah.
So the 2 of them are kind of can be conflated.
Yeah, I think you could bring them up in both. If there's an emerging issue that comes up in any station that we're at, maybe we can highlight it in
Add
both.
something, we will have the experts on the 4 priorities at those stations.
Mm-hmm.
And then there'll be a couple of us, or 3 of us at the emerging issues station, where you can bring up, yeah, we'd like to focus on microplastics or one of those things she listed or something else we didn't.
And overlap will be illustrative too, so that'll work out fine. Other comments or questions, then we'll do public comment, I'll do instructions, and then our first break. Fantastic. Why don't we do a section of public comment? Then I'll give instructions for the breakout sessions. We'll go to break. Come back, I'll probably give them again. And then lunch will be here soon. That's what I know. I'm happy to invite, but is there an official invite or structure to doing public comment at the moment?
Good morning, would any of you like to speak for those now? Okay. And you get to speak again.
And, Jesse, just before you get going, do we have whatever recording we need set up to do?
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
great, and the owl is working and, okay, thank you so much.
Excited. Good morning, everybody. Justin Hodgson, Legion State of Tahoe, the Chief Strategy Officer. Thank you so much for letting us speak at the retreat. Such a wonderful location with such good food. And we'll see you provided later. So very excited to be here. We've been attending these for about 15 years or so. It's really nice to have a good look at how you guys are thinking about the future. We, our organization in May did an all-day strategic planning retreat followed by an all-day board meeting. I like your structure better. First, then do the retreat because you've earned it. It's a lot, so I understand it's a lot to get through. We've been talking with your staff and with many of the governing board members for a long time over the last year in particular about comments last time and what we think the organization's priority should be here today. So we wanted to reiterate some of those and really look out even a little further than maybe 1 year because it takes a while to get stuff done. So in general, we agree with the strategic priorities that are listed up here, as well as many of the emerging issues that you saw. But sorry, Dan, we want thresholds back on the list. And congratulations on getting 3 of those updated and approved. Congratulations, that's fantastic. So just as quickly as possible, I only have 2 minutes left. We really think that thresholds should be sort of the North Star for the basin and something that we're all aiming at, kind of a 5 sort of 10-year aspirational goal. We think they're being updated is important, but we got to accelerate that. They should be based on current conditions, best available science guiding that, current concerns and priorities as well. So and we need lots of them. We need, enough that we can like aim at it and try and do a good job with. So I know that's happening, but I really think that needs to continue to happen for us to be successful collectively in the basin with other things. We also think that there needs to be a clear role for TRPA in those thresholds and ability to at least affect them in some way. A lot of the ones now rely on partners entirely. or our statements that are not really measurable. So when we update them, why they should be aspirational, they should be achievable, and TRPA should have a clear role. And they should be agreed upon across the basin partners that those are priorities, and hopefully that's reflected in their plans and their implementation. I think right now there's potentially a disconnect in the thresholds and the priorities within other agencies. So let's move to your guys' plans. EIP is doing very well. A lot of successes there. Definitely worth celebrating restoration and resilience in particular. But we think they could be better tied to thresholds, and then we need the updated thresholds to do so. Other plans, regional plan update, regional transportation plan, shoreline plan, there's now a destination stewardship plan, more challenges with those. We think, while they are being implemented in certain ways, that could be accelerated. And there's a lot of problems and challenges with that funding, obviously top of mind, there's a lot of things going on. But we think one area where TRPA could focus is really on the compliance and enforcement, or accountability, if you want to call it that. A lot of the plans that have been approved are reliant on others to enforce them or ensure compliance. That's a tricky spot to be in. It's really hard for us to have confidence in a plan that we worked on and approved, where it's relying on somebody else to do it, and then that doesn't happen for many reasons, but we want to see that change. I'm out of time. So the last thing, if I should summarize very briefly, that is very.
Wow.
Is that this can be done. That we should continue to put the environment as a top priority while considering community concerns and needs, certainly. We need to ensure basin-wide consistency. And when I say we, I'm looking at you guys here. And we also need to update the thresholds and then have benchmarks within the plans, perhaps the regional plan benchmark to be updated to reflect those threshold attainment and current conditions and concerns that could help us track it. I'd like to work with the local jurisdictions ahead of time to ensure that they're committed to enforcing and complying. And this can be done because you guys have the right staff and expertise. You have the right board structure with local jurisdiction representation. I think when you guys come in here and put on your TRPA hat, you have the ability to go back to the local jurisdiction and say, hey, we agreed to this, we got to commit to it. And the partners are committed as well, and the public is obviously involved in paying attention. And we want to ensure that TRPA can continue to implement what it's doing with the faith of the public and community. And that'll happen, I think, when we see some of that accountability with the plans and the projects. Thank you for your time. I enjoy continuing the conversation.
Thanks, Stephanie. Gavin, you want to add?
No.
Would you like to add?
Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. First, I just want to mention, I think everyone's very well intentioned here in this room. The nonprofits are well intentioned. But the devil's in the details. And the truth of the matter is that there's a lot of folks that believe that you're dealing with a dated culture within TRPA. You go back to culture of the 2012 regional plan changes. The issues with the thresholds are huge. Measurement is huge. But the truth of the matter is that we're going to have differences of opinions whenever we have special interest affecting us. You guys, well, you might be all well-intentioned here. There's a lot of special interests out there that want to see things going a certain way. And therein lies conflict. Conflict is not bad. Conflict is good, in my opinion. Just how you approach it, right? So I don't necessarily think lawsuits are bad for the lake or bad for the TRPA. If we have differences of opinion, we all have our roles. We're probably going to have more lawsuits. And that goes back to differences of opinion and whether or not TRPA, a lot of people believe you're just not hearing the public. You don't include the public enough. You don't give them ample time to speak on the issues. And there's a lot of perception that there's manipulation of the various laws and regulations that allow you to continue on your dated culture. You're doing a great job, I think, implementing tech in your website. That's really refreshing in the last year. You've come a long ways on that. I'm very impressed. But you're behind on tech. And tech is going to drive you. You talk a lot about tech today, but I don't think you realize what's going to happen with tech, because all of the claims that you guys make oftentimes that are subjective, you really believe them. but the data is going to cause you to change. So to sum up, there's a lot of folks that think the lake is actually in decline and past the point of no return. And the effort should be put on not just restoration, but recovery. So if I had a prediction, I think you're gonna have to change directions. You need fresh spots, you need fresh leadership, sorry. But anyway, hopefully we can all work together, we all have differences of opinions, we all have our roles, thank you.
Thank you. Good time. The beeper didn't have to go off. Well, let's call for any public comment, Kathy. And do we have online? Okay.
Can you hear me? If anyone online would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand in Zoom by clicking the hand raise button at the bottom of your screen or by dialing *9 if you've called in on your phone.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll close our public comment period.
Fantastic. Thanks, everybody. Here's a preview, and I'll give reminders as needed. First things first. Lunch, in terms of food, is 12 to 1 when they're serving. We have longer than that for you, so that you can have some conversations with each other, so that you can walk to some waterfalls if that's your kind of thing. But that's to say, we want to stop this session by 12 or no later than 12:15, and if we do around then, it's good to go upstairs first and get your food going, so you don't miss the window. Food here's pretty good, by the way. So for the next hour and 20 minutes after we come back from break, we're gonna have 4 sessions set up, and 2 of them will be in the room, maybe 3. We're gonna figure it out with staff just as we take this break. And the 4 different stations are based on the 4 buckets that you just heard about from Kim and Hester. The EIP program, Restoration and Resilience, Tahoe Living, Keep Tahoe Moving, and this Emerging Issues, which is a bucket of not only challenges that are coming forth, but legacy and foundational work of the organization that deserves a little highlighting, or is just an important part of what you keep doing as you go. And we're gonna structure it like we did last year. This went pretty well, where please go to the place that you want to go. The way we've set this up is you can have direct conversations with each other. And the way that we're gonna learn about the whole conversation is not only can you roam around and have multiple conversations, afterwards, of course, we'll have report outs. There are 3 ways that we're keeping track of information today, like taking some info from this. If there is something that an idea, a question, a concern, a priority that you want to make sure is there, please write it down on one of these notepads, these sticky notepads, and I'll give instructions and we'll put them right on here. And staff or you can write these things. So that's one way we're keeping track of information. The second is we'll have recording at each of the stations just to digitally record it and get it down on record because it is a public meeting. And the third way is during the report outs, I'll be taking good notes. So we get lots of opportunities to have a conversation. We're not missing anything, even though it's a little bit loose how and when you move around. We will signal a time to rotate, but that's only if you want to rotate. If you want to keep going the conversation you're in, great. Staff will be there as a resource to try to answer questions as best that they can, and afterwards they will help start the report out session. Let me go back. Do you mind going back to your slide on the questions? Mm-hmm. I'm going to repeat these a couple times today, and we'll make it clearer on the flip charts. The simplest way to summarize is to say, what should you be focused on in the near term is generally what we're asking today, right? What are you looking forward to implement within the 3 or 4 buckets or not? What do you think we should be focused on? And a little bit of the who and how. right? And don't worry too much about crossing those lines. And then, like Kim said, for the emerging issues, it's what's on your radar? What are you hearing from your constituencies? What are you hearing from the world and the communities as you do this work? And in the board hearings, what do you think needs to be focused on is the general theme. So we'll do that until lunch. We'll take a big break at lunch. We'll come back and hear what some of the key themes were from that, take another break, and then we'll start talking about process and how we work with each other. I'll give instructions for lunch when it's time. Members of the public, we're very glad that you're here. If you wanna stay around, you're more than welcome to observe these side conversations. We'll ask you to let the members have their conversation because there is an opportunity for public comment at the end. So please, whatever you hear or say, or if it generates a question or a comment, we'll give you another opportunity to do so. But the breakout sessions will be for the meeting participants. And we'll figure out at the break, whether there's one or two groups that wanna have class outside today. Do you think of anything I'm missing? Any questions from the group? Let's break until 10:45. And then we'll come back to groups, and again, you can start wherever you want. I'll do the shortest version of a reminder, 20 seconds, to send us into groups on the way, but please take care of yourself now, 10:45. We'll see you soon. Thanks for a good start. You're welcome to stay where you are. You actually don't have to go back to your seats. Would someone please repeat for me the general question that we're focusing on today? Priorities. What are we doing? What are we doing in the near term? That's exactly what we're talking about. We've got stations in 4 places, and should the people at that station, you, and the station leader want to go outside, it's warmer out there, just grab your easel. We also have other meeting locations. If you're comfortable in here and you can all hear each other, that works just fine too. And then we just need to make sure that we drag along microphones to wherever you go. Quick reminder, you and or staff, please, for key themes, grab a Post-it, write on it, stick it on the thing. I stole all your ballpoint pens. If you want it back, I'll give it back to you. But that's because we're hoping you use markers, because it's easier to read and it makes you use less words, fewer words. You can't fit them all on the page. Right, showing all my cards. Go to where you want to go, stay or move. I'll signal when we're getting to lunch. I think that's it for instructions. Any questions? Please talk with each other. Please talk to staff. Fantastic. We're gonna go right till 12, but I'm gonna give you signals for rotation along the way. Have a good time. Have a good discussion.
Let's do it. Right.
Feel free to move chairs around and do whatever you need to do.
Okay, so. Yeah, but, well, based on the mile and we're going on the, we'll call it. There's, yeah, like, and there's stuff that you. You know. But she didn't. Is that it brings like short. Right, we just have a lot smaller land mass. So it gives you benefits based on what. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. I don't want another. We gave some stuff on now. I feel like waiting for a year to get that things. But it's trade off. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I did reach out to them. Just to find out.
Yeah, let me think of what I talked about. And there's all the type of like I said, like they kind of went. Both sides. So last night, well, just kind of a lot of there's fire, and just explore like all this stuff, so we'll bring that team back together. It's really and I'm excited to find out. How we plan regional. Specifically related to. That's my goal. I try to like, Kira and I have sat down there with the goal like that. Yeah. So it's also like really, I get worried. We really set conversation. Those are the parts. So like, I want to make sure. We're really gonna work with part. Really. I would love. wildfire. And that's when we're, it was over black, red, and then you could choose which red. Right, like if there was a community, there's a community. Fire, what is. And then you go down. These five projects that all restoration one, and now I you know what I mean, like, how many of us are around that? That's where I currently, and I really love my job. I love the fact of being able to have some of the environmental initiative, so that, yeah, they can also pick it up. Have at least one step that they're starting to lighting. Obviously, they still need to do up and shot and level, see where having some level of that they could get out of this, so they could use that coverage. Environmental. That's what I want to see, because I think if rating is such a way, that it could act as a just very much. Yeah. Kind of the way that regional. Yeah, it doesn't replace the. Yeah, but it is the way. Yeah, well, that's it, look at it. We have so many. Like on the California side. That's what the transportation. Okay, I'm paying for all of this budget. Yeah, so they're like, you need to fix the road here, we actually need to put in. Or even. Yeah. Well, I think it's part of the community retake initiatives. And then which one is? Yeah, it's, so maybe that one. We'd like to. I think that we've been watching definitely in our office. I think I watched the urban group. Yeah. I think everyone has that we so I think that it's on. And people are starting to get on it. I just don't think the opportunity to yeah, I think actually, so Darcy and I both sit on the we just did one in December between the water board and we it was like the biggest thing going like exchange. They talked a lot about it, and I think probably we did not. But I feel like this would be like, that's We've got healthy, yeah. Yeah. That's so reasonable. And then, yeah. That's already been done. I am so. I don't know. It would be interesting just to see a plan and then what. The lovely partner. Yeah. So we talked, Alex is over here. The next time we're probably. Figure it out all the way. Well, that's. Yeah. Yeah. And that's, and it's, yeah. Type in your project.
There are leaders, there are leaders. And so.
Yeah, so Tara County. And this is on the services way after the restoration projects. Trying to, I think it's really fire. Trying to find all like. Fire. But it's not.
Yes. I think that we look at the EAP this year and make sure we've got the right programs, maybe that's them. That way we have a products or lines and that it's not. I do it from work each day. And they're. I think they had spills, like we got notified about it. And they are gonna have to be like out. I think that's gonna be not just. So that's what I'm saying, a lot of our schools really want to prioritize. Honestly, they're the last way.
Yeah, my mom is talking about. My other favorite. It goes from Archimedes.
Yeah.
Up the hill, and back down again. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about, I think it'd be good to have a mass. There's 50 or 60 people. It's not because you have a conference. Well, I have, but I'm working with because they have and one of
Want me to come back? And then let's. Yeah. Especially during this situation. Sometimes we're not there. But it was really. Yeah, very. I think we have. We got structured. If now we're gonna, I'm gonna sit down and start. Well, it's just start. I really want to look at the EAP this year. Let's look at the presentation. How are you? EAP aligned accordingly to get us through how we can provide. And I'd like to get the target. So, yeah. No, I like this, that's great. Yeah. There you go. Okay, I'm.
It's a good.
Yeah, that's what I would try to take.
All where we're. Yeah. Right, right, for having them. Yeah, how many acres? Yeah. Now we know. There was a mistake. No, we
He was very creative.
Yeah, because I know John's. Our parents. That's my job. I need to use it.
I'm not gonna say anything.
All right, next. Right. Right, yeah, that's right.
All the way down
I think Washington. Sometimes you can leave a lot of things in front down, you just can't.
Yeah, thank you. It's really one that Cisco.
And then you got people who are still just.
Yeah. Well, not too
Except for the small fire. Not gonna work. We can talk about
What else?
Yeah, you gotta figure out that transition. Yeah. We should. I didn't either. Well, he passed. Yep.
Work for a while, you're a co-op period, but I think lawyer the next year, okay.
And I think, you know, that has turned out as a government, like a little bit. But I think John just. Thank you. Yeah. Well, yeah.
You're right.
Unfortunately, it was all. Maybe that was. Oh, yeah. Extreme law. Those flashing lights out of it?
I'm not used to having an owl. Well, it was nothing to stop it.
Me too.
Sorry. Hey, don't forget to take pictures. I'll remember again. Yes. That's how you.
You can bring your bike on your car.
How's it going?
One more section.
Yeah.
Someone relative, and I actually started on the back. These are all kind of like, we know want to do renovation.
So too, they don't say.
So those are kind of like, we won't.
You're still starting.
What do you want to do? I know. No, I'm not saying that is one. Got it. Yeah. Use the poster, the homeowners are still on. Yes. It was a one-time test of those drugs. That was never, essentially, it never really belonged to that information. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. It's not range. The designs were. Yes, what is, yeah, so we're working on that and what the loss is. So to us, we're gonna finish the control method. But it's gonna be enough of that. If we be able to. How about health? There's. Yeah. No, it was just here, yeah, the Deer Club and the California filed a lawsuit. Yes, I have to guys just one. I got to see efficiently the seed you use it once and get. I tried. And basically. They have to prove that they exist. Yeah. So they had to permit. We permitted it. So we won't get it. We can kick out
Down the Sierra to the Imperial Valley. So it's very common times there.
Yeah, it's very regular. It's very. They permit anything. Moving around. Yeah, we get yeah. Yeah, we did already. Exactly. So now we have to figure out.
On their attention roster.
I'm just thinking about that for months. That's way better than a bell. Folks, thanks for a nice discussion. Lunch will be ready any moment upstairs. It might already be. You have at least an hour and a half for lunch. We're thinking of restarting at 1:45. If you start collecting a little earlier than that, we might start a little earlier than that, but please take your time. Here after lunch, you are invited to stretch your legs and be outside in this beautiful place. If you walk the road back the way you came to the fire station and turn right, there's a paved road that will take you to a series of waterfalls that are going nuts right now and are not ugly. If you keep going for about a mile, that road remains paved and goes to Lily Lake, and that's also cool to check out. If you keep going, it's a trail. Right? Did we get that right? everybody?
Yeah, I would think after lunch, if maybe, if people wanna go there, maybe we should gather some.
Gather and
Yeah.
walk, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you can find me and I'll try to alert everyone and we'll do the waterfall hike.
Sweet.
Maybe we're at like 10 till 1 or so,
Yeah.
cause we've got till 1:30.
Yes,
Yeah.
we said 1:45, but right now, you know, we're gonna let you out also for travelers. We're gonna let you out by like 3:30, so. But I think 1:30 is actually a better
Yeah,
start time, I
okay.
think, because we've done really well this morning. The staff at the stations, thank you very much. And please do whatever you need to do, including talk to each other or me, for whatever you need to do to prepare a brief report out to start the next session over the next hour and a half, and ask for any kind of help that you want.
So 10 to 1, we wanna take a walk, meet right down.
Right down here. And then there's one thing we want to do before we go to lunch, which is take a picture together. And do we have a location?
Outside. There's a fire pit.
Yeah.
Right over there. Any other housekeeping announcements before we go to lunch? Oops.
Picture first.
Picture first, then lunch, then walk 1:30 here. See you soon. Hello.
Got our attention.
How was lunch and your walk?
Excellent. Double thumbs up.
Is that nicer than the waterfall at your house?
They're close.
Excellent. It is, 10 to 2. We're gonna stick more or less to the timeline as we can on the agenda. Let's take the time we need, but maybe starting public comment by about 3 o'clock. And so that means a quick report out session, doesn't have to be quick, like let's have the discussion. And then I'm gonna make the exercise about working together, pretty brief. We'll make it pretty snappy, and we'll get to it. For this discussion on the report outs, the proposed structure is, staff and those that were help taking some notes, speak to some key themes, and feel free to just hit the high notes, because after that, we'll ask anybody to fill in from that discussion and open it up to conversation and discussion. And I think we should more or less go one at a time, meaning having questions after we hear a corner. There was another thing I was going to say. Which is, generally we were talking about priorities, right? That's the nature of this discussion. But the most interesting thing, part of that, we're not voting things up or down. The most interesting part is context. So please get out of this when you hear other people talking about projects that are priority for them, if you don't understand the background, or if you want to know more about the background, or if you want to know more about the challenges, do it. If you have a favorite project or a favorite issue that you really want to see more attention or more information, say it. The context is the interesting part of this priority conversation. That will give staff the most to go home with and think about, because there's plenty to do all of the time. How's that? Does that work?
Works.
All PD, taking a bunch of notes. Please kind of facilitate yourselves. I mean, I'll help move us along and stuff, but don't wait for me. I'll be listening. And which group would like to go first?
We'll go first.
I think your choice.
Chosen.
Awesome.
And your group is?
Restoration and resilience.
And would you be so kind as to stand?
Absolutely. I'm gonna stand over here.
Yes.
So nice little yard one.
Perfect.
Or I'm gonna go up here.
Yeah.
Hit that podium.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have restoration and resilience, and this is it. We broke it into 4 main kind of buckets or categories or themes that we saw. So the first one was around EIP project specific priorities. So these were things like connecting the 50 corridor, pedestrian and bike trails, SR 28 trail extension, area-wide stormwater treatments, Zephyr Shoals review, and Zephyr Shoals and Zephyr Cove parking management, and then Emerald Bay solutions and potential parking solutions at the Y. The second bucket was EIP education and outreach. This focused on things like education and outreach regarding restoration and the EIP, education and outreach on evacuation coordination and planning, personal outreach, so engaging specific community members on topics of concern when they come to the board or when we're gonna have presentations, doing, personal outreach with different individuals. The third bucket was, we took a few of these and we clumped them together into increased pace and scale of EIP projects. So this involves things like, how do we increase the capacity and resources for implementation? So we heard we need to get things done faster, AIS, forced health treatments. How do we utilize new technology and innovation to help increase pace and scale? So things like AI, drones, remote sensing, decision support tools. And then lastly, tribal engagement and specifically maintaining capacity so that the tribe can continue to engage and engage more on EIP priorities. And then lastly, our fourth bucket was around climate resilience. So this was focusing forest health treatments around evacuation corridors, cutting the green tape and the SERP CEQA exemption for restoration projects, utilizing that more in the basin and actually getting it renewed. EIP priority review. So looking at all the EIP priorities and determining, do we want to add additional ones, specifically things like climate resilience around infrastructure, for example, water purveyor infrastructure, sewer lines. And then lastly, how do we build adaptability into restoration projects? So we heard specifically that with climate change, we're seeing some restoration projects are running into challenges where they may have impacts on private property. How do we think about that in advance, and what are those fluctuations that the projects need to be able to take on and then be able to adapt to into the future? Opening it up, did I miss anything from any of the group members or other co-facilitators? Kimberly?
Awesome, great job.
Cool.
Questions, input?
Did the group talk about measures and connecting the thresholds more to EIP? Did that come up in any of the conversations?
A little bit. We did talk about it with Belinda, yeah, and like, you know, the EAP committee really looking at that this year with the field evaluation coming out and connecting like the time targets. Yeah, good.
Great.
I don't know if this is a good question, so if not, blame me. EIP is one of the foundational programs, right? All of the environmental and resource programs. It's huge. There's a bunch in it. And I don't know this, I don't work at TRPA, but I've heard some of you talk about over the last couple of years, how housing and transportation, and then things like fire and some other things have really gotten the attention in the past 4 years. That doesn't mean anything ever stopped on the EIP. Here's my question. As a board member, how familiar do you feel with the EIP programs and what's in it? Do you have questions? Do you want more presentations or information? And if so, about what? This is a thick program. And it's some of the core stuff, right? And it's water, terrestrial, and the interface, so, and even the air. So,
You know, always happy to have more presentations and learn more about it. I'm not gonna say it specifically, I mean, I think just like updates along the way is great. And I think exploring funding and like how we're getting funding, what's, you know, gonna be consistent funding, where the gaps are. So that those of us that are in like budget conversations can help advocate for that.
Yes, that's good.
I do not know what that noise is.
Do we have on our website? I seem to remember it shows all the EIP projects that are ongoing. Are those only ongoing or are those kind of historical? Because
Both.
Yep.
We have what's in planning, implementation, completed, the trackers kind of tracks all of those.
Okay.
And we did talk about doing maybe an additional website that really kind of highlights projects more. Because the tracker is wonderful and you can really dig in on detail, like you can see all the funding sources and the performance measures and all of that, but if people think it is a good idea, maybe having some, you know, a website dedicated to the partnership at EAP and how we're working together to implement all that might be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting for me to see what's going on right now and then what we've finished, so highlight our accomplishments. Since so many people are like, you guys don't do anything.
What how each project is helping us get to the goals, you know, like,
Yeah.
this is, it contributed X amount, like, this,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and quantify the benefits
What it
achieved.
means.
Yeah, I wanna build on something Alex just said. It's not like we work on transportation at the expense of EIP or housing at the expense of EIP. And Julie and Kim and I have tried really hard to break down the silos. It's like EIP is implementing a lot of the stuff that's in the thresholds and the plans and all of that. So it's parts of a continuum. It's not this one versus that one. So, you know, EIP is doing more and more all the time, and that's great because it means the plans are getting implemented. It's the putting in the investment side to implementing the plans versus the regulatory side.
So John, if you go online, and look at the various EIP projects, it indicates how much money has been raised for each of these projects. Does it also have a total amount needed? So we know that we're shy from a funding standpoint, so we can prioritize those projects.
It does, yeah.
Linda.
Yeah, so I would just encourage, as you become aware that these little sessions are gonna be going on highlighting projects in specific areas, like the North Shore, which was last week. You know, at that, you know, I mean, definitely, it's much better to have site tours, you know, you can really immerse yourself more in the information. But that's just frankly too time intensive for staff, in my view, in terms of the workload that you're all having. But that was a really good way to get a snapshot, and because it was the project proponent that was presenting the project, you know, I think that there definitely could have been a little bit more interaction between the audience and the presentation. But it was a really effective way of learning about those projects and, you know, just amazing work that's being done. So I would encourage you all to pay attention to when those newsletters come out, that they have that information.
I think sometimes, you know, we've said this a few times, many times. The energy gets sucked out of the room on development projects into the nth degree, and yet we're doing so much good work in EIP. And how can we get that message out almost at every meeting? And I know, Julie, your executive director's report or various reports, and you don't hear much feedback, but it's so important.
Yeah.
For the number of hours and public comment time that goes on sometimes, very small individual projects versus this overall well-being. And so it's great to direct them to the website, Vince, but it's almost like we need to remind ourselves what we're doing.
Well, no, that was for me.
But I mean,
But yeah, you're right.
and how we can do that with, then we get criticized, oh, you're patting yourself on the back. And it's like, no, this is our core mission and this is the work. So I'm just thinking about that in our, you know, could we do something that would, at the committee levels or at the board meeting, celebrate those successes or those progresses more routinely? I don't know. And not to make our board meetings longer.
Yeah, I think we can definitely think about it. I mean, really showing progress on EIP at the board meetings would be huge. So we'll just think about how to efficiently do it and.
It's a dashboard.
I know.
Well, and I know that Julie has emphasized this before and other members of staff, but there is a nexus between development projects and accomplishing environmental improvement projects. I mean, using private capital because, you know, our resources are not inexhaustible. And I think, as I've said before, things are gonna get tougher as time goes by. So having that private capital invested in the basin is important. And I don't think people always appreciate that. They think we're you know, we exist to improve developments, but, you know, it's kind of a necessary evil, I suppose, you know.
But that's true in everything we do in local government, right? Everything is driven by new investment.
Exactly.
And people don't remember that.
Track the success of the EIP beyond the tenants white play is one thing, but are there other things we can identify that are actually constant, you know, ways to track and then publicize what the EIP success is? I think the main one we hear about is the clarity and the tenants white play, but what are the other metrics?
Yeah, like what are the top 5 or 10 that we're looking at?
Exactly.
Cool, yeah.
Also, when we're shy in certain areas for EIP, this is kind of an outlandish idea, I guess, but you know, there's a lot of wealth in the basin. is to have a sponsorship program, if we're shy a certain amount of money to complete any given project. Asking for community members to step forward and finance the balance of the money necessary and in exchange for public recognition. Again, it's a way of kind of infusing a little more private capital into the equation.
Get Mark Zuckerberg's phone number, check. You're next, and then I want to ask a question, please.
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, building on this idea, would that be a tax write-off? Like, would it go through some sort of nonprofit entity where they could get tax?
That's the top, yeah.
So here
So
is.
that's already happening,
Pardon
sorry.
me.
Yeah, is that already happening?
It is, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, this would be project specific. It would, I know the Tahoe Fund has its own projects, but this would be something that, I think TRPA, can't you write donations? Not many people make donations to TRPA.
Distractions, yes. Big question, if you like, for Kat, Kim, Julie, or anybody else. What are some of the main obstacles to increasing the pace and scale or success on EIP?
We talked about it a little bit. I would say capacity, Vince and I had a good conversation, like, he'd love to see us go double the scale on AIS, which I think we all agree, like, that's a huge problem we want to get in front of before it gets out of management control. The amount of divers we can actually get contracted out in the water is a challenge. And we're seeing some of that grow in some areas. You were saying the Forest Service is gonna maybe train some more divers.
Yep.
And I know the Washoe tribe is interested in training up some more divers as well. So it's really like, that's a really specific skill set. You need to implement that, and it's just, we've got to get contracts out, you gotta get RFPs out, and then you've got to get money, of course, but it's same with fire, like we could do more hazardous fuels treatments, but we need more capacity to get it on the ground. So in both of those areas, I think that's the focus.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, it's really easy. We talked a lot about this at the the Tahoe Fire and Fuel Team retreat. I think you can say capacity, but when you dig into what it is with capacity, there's multiple issues, and it's cost of living and housing locally for a contractor, whether they're coming in from outside or you're trying to build a workforce locally. It's cost of treatment. We're seeing cost of treatment everywhere for every type of restoration project go up significantly. And so, yeah, there's multiple factors, I think, that come into play when we talk about what capacity actually looks like in the Tahoe Basin and how we crack that nut.
Thank you, group. Open floor.
I'm just curious with the diving situation and, what in the lake there is potential to get certified divers that are locals to then train them through like a volunteer program that they can become part of the solution, so that there's
Yeah.
participation from all business.
Yeah, we've started that a little bit. We put in an RFP last year, RFQ, just request for qualified contractors, and Clean Up the Lake submitted, or I think they decided to submit. We got, at least who's out there on a list, and we've talked to Clean Up the Lake about potentially like finding some synergies there to get divers in the water. It's a great idea. It's just, we gotta keep it going.
Yep. I think there's like 7 or 8 that we actually now have not open contracts, but through that RFQ that we now have as options to work with. And so this summer is really gonna be the opportunity for us to test those groups and see what their skill sets are. And are they able to handle kind of the very technical level of work that needs to happen when we're talking about aquatic invasive species removal and or control underwater with divers.
I like your questions.
Yeah.
Rather than a full round of applause, single clap for this group. Brazil, ready?
Yeah.
Perfect. There might have been a couple of them. Who would like to go next? Awesome, Michelle. Keep Tahoe moving.
Yeah.
That's an order.
Keep us moving. A big theme was improving our transit system, probably no.
Are you able to hear?
Yes.
The AC just kicked in or whatever that is, so please.
From
From the diagram, thank you so much.
Transit, improvements in transit. And that, we'll start with a little bit high level, micro transit and our fixed larger bus system need to integrate. They can serve two different types of riders in different areas all around the lake. We think those are really important and need to be integrated. We had a lot of discussion about that. Expanding micro transit, potentially to serve neighborhoods, letting the fixed route, then people from there, like getting that integration. Making it all fun. Transportation is kind of fun. I'm a nerd, but I think it's fun, whether that's biking, walking, and especially transit, making transit more fun. We talked about new modes also, big thinking, right? That's what the regional transportation plan does, 25 years out. Gondola, rail. We spent a little time actually talking about rail in Reno and in the Carson Valley. That makes a difference even in Tahoe. If people can fly in, get on a good rail system and then find their way to Tahoe without a car, like just that bigger interregional or interregional picture was discussed. That was a big theme around transit. And then we start talking a lot about parking, actually, and parking management, which I love because I really think we have to hit that one hard, whether that's in a recreation destination or a town center. Parking outside of the basin also, which is a little lukewarm. Like, will people use the park and ride outside the basin? I know ski shuttles have been somewhat successful, so we talked a little bit about that. And so rail parking. One of the things we actually said on the who and the how is that maybe TRPA could produce sort of a business plan or a framework so that we could have a unified sort of Park Tahoe-esque kind of program where each of the counties and the individuals might be doing their own thing, but they all sort of outward facing, all look the same. We know that users don't care which county they necessarily are in. They're crossing the state line. So we've discussed how TRPA could potentially help and, you know, who and the how on that. There was a bit also more into transit and what new services we needed. Emerald Bay came up a bit and how we could get that done. El Dorado wanting to be that champion, thank you. Also working then with the local agencies, the city council, the JPA on the South Shore to get some of that done. What am I missing? In parking management, we did talk a little bit about some creative thinking, whether that would be a required parking pass, like a regional parking pass that one might purchase. Also, enforcement was brought up a little bit. We know in those recreation areas, we're getting some no parking signs, which is great, off-site parking, but we're gonna have to be thinking also about that enforcement piece. Public-private partnership came up a lot in the transportation conversation, whether we were talking about transit or rail, and that parking enforcement piece, that was a big one as well. Last but not least, Emerald Bay parking. We did talk a little bit about corridors and that whole corridor management piece. Yesterday, you guys spent a lot talking about safety in those corridors. So we did spend a little time thinking about corridor management, US 50 on the South Shore, getting back to a bi-state solution on the South Shore. I think I would invite others to chime in on things I missed or some key points that I might have missed. Oh, goodness gracious, right at the top, no net VMT. That really is like the umbrella for probably all of this, so. Okay. Thank you. Too much? Not enough?
One thing I forgot to bring up on that is the link between the Reno Airport shuttle has been missing for years, but we only have a few routes. But yeah, I think that's a big part of transportation, is getting back to the airport shuttle that we used to have, I think 12 trips a day that are down to 4 now.
Yeah, it is there today, but the service has been reduced over the years.
Yeah.
So there's a little less of it. Yeah.
Did you focus on the RTP yesterday? Is that what I hear?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Iron Man.
So you talked about the timeline and the status and where you are now.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
which this is all perfect for that.
So I think this might fall into the category, I was discussing having a perennial conversation about the basin user fee. And entrance fee. And I understand that that was considered, it's on hold, there's a lot of pushback, but during the course of that discussion, one of the things we were theorizing is that you wouldn't have to charge an entry fee for every park in California and Nevada. And then Julie suggested, why not an adventure pass? Which would help to coordinate all of the parks in the basin, and it would be under one umbrella, and there'd be a shared, arrangement with respect to revenues, that sort of thing. And then on the buses, during the tourist season, if you want to make them more, obviously, they have to be comfortable, they have to be on time, they have to meet their schedule demands, but, having something that's pre-recorded about the history of Lake Tahoe, about projects that are underway, to help restore the environment. Something like you would have going to other major parks theme parks where they have instructional videos, something of that nature, just to make it more interesting.
Yeah, under fun, we had trolley and the double decker, and that's where we start talking about the opportunity for those messages. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I was thinking on buses where it's,
Yeah.
competing with the flow of air and the noise of traffic and that sort of thing, but same thing, yeah, making them entertainment venues, basically.
Yeah, I would just add that on those ideas of making it fun, and I don't know that it all has to fall on the transportation team to implement those. I see a real strong connection with the destination stewardship work and enabling that group to help build those experiences and using the private sector to build those connections as well. So a lot of overlap with
Right,
destination
that
stewardship on this.
transportation would just be the conveyance.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Please. I know in other groups, we talked a lot about the public information component. And I think so often what we hear is that traffic is those people, not us, right? And so some of the stats we saw yesterday, and the data that we get will be really important to share because each one of us taking less trips. And when you look at the amount of residential traffic, what was that percentage yesterday?
It was pretty good.
It was a huge amount, right? So we talk about visitors and making this fun and yet we feel this finger pointing and animosity about visitation and visitors when it isn't a lot of the residential traffic that are the daily trips that are back and forth and creating issues. So how do we do more education and try to reduce that temperature of anger?
Yeah. And I would say too, as staff, we are always open if you ever have a need at your local level for data. We live and breathe it. So if there are things that you're interested in, we can dive a little deeper, but also the RTP can, do that also jurisdictionally, but I'm saying that I wanna just make you know that we are hitting hard on new data sources, big data and researching all that. So we're happy to, whenever there's that need, I think you have us on speed dial.
I do.
Others.
But it takes all the voices, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of discrediting of,
Yeah.
the data. So.
May I pose another broad question?
Yes.
So this is one of the big issues at Tahoe, moving people around. It is a complex landscape because of the jurisdictions, because there are several key partners in transportation, and because the price tag is so darn big. Here's the broad question that's hard to answer, but what can the TRPA board, I want to cut the preamble short. What can the TRPA board, what can TRPA do to lead discussions on transit and transportation in the basin in the near term? There's a lot of pieces to it. I know that question is too broad, but and I wanted to do better than I just did, but I'm gonna just stop there and see what happens. Please, Cody.
Well, sure. So I mean, in my opinion, TRPA as the NPO, right now, when we're looking at trying to get TTD to more equitably serve the region so that it's not only taking care of one area of the region's transit, would be supporting the move to the JPA so that we have a localized agency that's delivering the service in its local area, represented by its local elected leaders, and allows TTD in the future to really equally represent all 5 jurisdictions of the city, and not have to just be focused on one area's transit. And so it's really the support of TRPA to make that transition happen as the NPO. And I think it's critically important that TTD becomes a very functionable transportation commission, similar to what we have in El Dorado County on the west slope, which really interfaces with the, DOT, except TTD has 2 DOTs. So, like, what can we do to support that future makeup of the TTD structure when we transition transit away from it? Because it's a very different landscape than our El Dorado County Transportation Commission. Because you have a director that deals just with Caltrans. TTD is NDOT and Caltrans, that's one in Marysville, one in Carson City. You almost need like 2 chief of staffs that deal with each different state. But I think TRPA should play an integral role of how we make the future of TTD really be functional, because there's never more of an important time, besides in like the new deal, but we've got this much money in transportation at a federal level. And we need TTD to be the most functionable that it can be to garner that for our region. And it's critically important that we make those moves. And it seems like TRPA is the right kind of guiding force to make that happen.
Can I jump in?
Please.
I know I showed a slide with the arrow and process for funding policy. Not only are we the right person, because you guys say we have to do that as part of the RTP. We have to identify what projects are needed, how they're going to be delivered and funded. So we have to do that. The roles that local governments and TTD and everybody has will fall out of that. But that's what we have to do as the NPO and doing the RTP.
I like your idea about putting together the business plan for the basin-wide parking, the Tahoe Adventure Pass or whatever it is, figuring out how that could work, what money it would raise, and then what we could do with it to support transit and what that would look like, painting that vision to get people going, because no one else has the time. I mean, we don't have the time either, but we might be able to make the time to put that plan together, that business case. Nick, we'll just put Nick on next weekends, Saturday, Sunday.
Midnight.
Okay.
Does anybody need a stretch?
Oh, Nick's on, sorry.
You can do it.
Great discussion, last call. Thank you very much. Ready? Excellent. Is that Karen volunteering?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm really excited.
This is the Tahoe Living Corner, just like at last year's retreat, we solved housing.
Then why are we still here?
So I'm just gonna try to walk us through sort of with the same thread that we had at our group here. So the first question people were answering is, what are you looking forward to implementing this year? What do you hope to see as part of the initiative this year? So we had some conversation around, focus on infill, focus on getting development into town centers. But then that led to some thoughts about, well, in some areas, there aren't town centers, but there's sort of these village centers or other specific sites that may be really appropriate for development. So how can we, in the near term, without maybe waiting for the next 2 years of amendments to get done, is there a way to have some pilot projects or some additional incentives in some of these other areas that are not town centers, but also appropriate for development? And like an example of a place that was brought up was the Kingsbury Middle School site, which was bought by a church. But now with the snow, the roof has caved in and it's just sort of an really underutilized site. And is there some public-private partnership that could look at projects in an area like that? Of course, looking at things like higher density in some of those areas. Housing that leverages transit. And then we talked about, how can we engage the community on some of these issues too, and about how hard it is to get some of like our local business community or people who are working multiple jobs. It's really hard to hear directly from them, and what can we do to make sure that the board is able to either hear more directly from them or have types of data or reports from them that can support their conclusions. So we talked about doing more surveys or flash polls or webinars that have like specific surveys in them to get input. Potentially even going door to door. We have done that before actually in previous like RTPs and things like that, and then coming out with like a report on what we've learned. That's something that people can really point to. Talked about the balance between like doing enough kind of education and outreach with the public at first versus the need to move quickly on things. And we did talk about a need to kind of like just really have a conversation with the public about the economics of all of this. Like, there's a reason why we're having more and more boarded up buildings in our downtowns. You know, if it penciled to redevelop them, that would have already happened. So helping people understand the trade-offs of like, you know, what are the choices that we have to make here? You know, fewer development incentives, more subsidies, and what are the consequences of that? And then Vince had a good phrase, if the built environment doesn't change, the people will. So when we keep things the same, you know, the community kind of changes around it and adapts, and not necessarily the way that we always want. Then we talked also about like affordable housing is one thing, and then there's also looking at ways to help people have jobs that pay more. And how can we kind of help develop career paths so that people can get into higher paying jobs or have more diversity of jobs. And that might not necessarily be something that TRPA does, but we can highlight the work of partners and then that led to some ideas about maybe TRPA could be involved with classes at the universities and colleges to teach classes on things like outdoor recreation or like the environmental issues that we're dealing with here. So sending staff into the classroom, establishing a course. And there was also a comment about we need both carrots and sticks in our toolbox. So we have incentives. We do a lot of incentivizing. Everybody loves to get an incentive, but sometimes it takes more than incentives. You need disincentives too. We've also talked about potentially having local jurisdictions do more of the management of deed restrictions, and yet a third out of 5 jurisdictions, I felt like I kind of heard an offer to help with the oversight of and enforcement of deed restrictions. So that was very nice to hear. We heard about potentially looking at each jurisdiction contributing equally to housing. Some other just ideas. VHRs could look at VHRs needing a TAU, allowing PFA conversions to be only used as bonus units. And talking about looking potentially at our mobility mitigation fee and how as it expires, that's kind of a barrier to redevelopment. And what else did I miss?
The only thing I think, we talked a little bit about the equality of jurisdictions in housing and how we either make incentives for the jurisdictions that are contributing to the housing as well as disincentives for jurisdictions that are not equally contributing to the basic.
Was there discussion of ADUs?
There was a little bit of discussion of ADUs, but not a lot. Did anybody bring up ADUs and you remember what your comment was?
Came up a lot of emerging issues.
That's great, that people hear about it there, must have heard it there.
It's a local community college, excuse me, interrupting. Do they have a business incubator? Is there a business incubator anywhere in the basin?
I think I know the Chamber and the Tahoe Prosperity Center is doing a lot on small business. We do call it incubation, but they have like an entrepreneur roundtable, and they're really trying to cultivate like small businesses.
Yeah, and a lot of the business development also happens through the Small Business Development Center, which is operated by Sierra Business Council.
Okay.
So they do that, and then there's also a nonprofit group in the North Shore called Tahoe Silicon Mountain, which prior to the pandemic hosted annual pitch camps and business development conference developments. And I know some local businesses have spun up out of that. I don't think they've brought it back since 2020.
Okay. Do we have an inventory? We probably don't keep these numbers, but I mean, how many vacant shops do we have in Tahoe?
On South Shore, we have right about 78 identified units right now.
Yeah, I mean, some of it is related to the economy, obviously, but, you know, in some jurisdictions, they have rent subsidies for new businesses to move into vacant spaces, and they may only be there, you know, on a trial basis to see if they can garner the support of the community, and if they have a saleable product. You know, it's kind of like, it's basically a business incubator where they, and if they're successful, then they can sign a long-term lease. And sometimes landlords, if there's no alternative, you know, better to have somebody occupying the space than have it be vacant. Will make some, you know, significant rent concessions.
And I think we were talking about yesterday, like, you vacancy tax for commercial businesses, but as a disincentive to have it
Well,
sit empty.
sometimes it's not their fault. I mean, especially during a recession, you know, they can't, because I'm in the commercial real estate business and we would love to have 100% occupancy. We're not interested in a write-off. We're just interested in generating revenue, so. To the extent we can use an incentive rather than a disincentive, I think it would be advantageous.
I know one of the big barriers to entry on commercial property is the mitigation fee if you go over 60 months of the vacancy, and the TRPA requires all the new uses, or they consider the new uses to be mitigated. And I know that's something that in the city of South Lake, we've run up against quite a few times with businesses ready to move in and they move away from it because the mitigation fees are too expensive. So I don't know.
These are retrofits, Cody?
Yeah, so it's after, maybe Julie can help me here, but after 60 months, once a building is vacant for 60 months, like the Chevys in South Lake Tahoe is what I'm thinking of in particular. Yeah, Alibi Airworks ready to move into that building, but the mitigation fees were way too much from TRPA. And Julie, is it because of?
It's the mobility mitigation fee, and when we went from the older quality mitigation fee to the new, we changed it from 7 years to 5 years, so anything, you know, older than 5 years now, you don't get to count those trips when you do your analysis, and that is based on, you know, the dollars follow, but Michelle, did I get that right?
No, yeah, you did. So what that means is basically you have a vacant building and there's prime for a new use, but if it's been vacant over 5 years, really challenging for them to meet all of the standards without a hefty fee, because now they're paying for every single VMT they're creating. They get zero credit for what was there before.
It resets their base.
Yeah, I think we need to reconsider that, especially during
Yeah.
hard economic times.
Yeah.
I can speak from experience in another jurisdiction where it was 10 years. And if it was in a redevelopment district, it was 20
Right.
as an incentive for redevelopment. So.
The problem is there are no redevelopment districts in the state of California.
No, but you could use town centers or something.
Yeah, it's all the geographical. Yeah.
We look at that policy again, or what would be the process for doing something like you're suggesting, John?
I think bringing it up in here, you just put it on the list.
Yep.
All right, cool.
And I think on North Shore, the vacancies are generated by the market because we've lost our full-time population of working, you know, of families and community members that might spend more in the community. And so there just isn't the same marketplaces. So restaurants are half of what they were. The population is down 30–40% on North Shore full-time.
Well, then due to inflation, the prices have doubled, so going out for a meal is expensive these days.
Yeah, but we don't have,
You don't have
people living in those homes as much anymore.
It's just,
so.
well, the tourists. Like, hopefully they're patronizing something.
But there, you know, the businesses will tell you, July and August, they don't need any more people here,
Yeah.
but there is still a
Shoulder season.
dramatic shoulder season.
Yeah.
And winter in Tahoe City. The local businesses I just met with a couple of weeks ago said they could barely pay their rent
Yeah.
You know, there just isn't enough business. So that's the dichotomy we keep hearing about, is there's too many people, but there's not enough people. And part of it is the mix, right? When you lose full-time residents, you know, there aren't people going out for pizza after the baseball game or whatever. The things that we all did when we were raising kids, so.
But do you think that the villages being built, like, you know, the Squaw Village and North Star, really pulled, like, because there was no redevelopment of the city through the last couple of decades, that has so much pulled a big part of it?
That is part of it, but they're losing 30-some% of your full-time population, the census data. I mean, that is a profound spending effect in your community.
Karen, what is a key obstacle or a key opportunity in housing with TRPA?
Well, I think that one of the big obstacles actually is kind of getting at this carrots and sticks question. I mean, I think the biggest obstacle is just this huge pressure of second homes on the market. And in order for us, anything we do with housing, we are constantly trying to beat off the second home. So that means we're spending a lot of time regulating the very people that we want to be in homes. And so we're putting up barriers, you know, just a lot of the conversation we were having yesterday about like, what's the exact definition, you know, is there a loophole here? Like, we're putting a lot of energy and also burden on the people who need to provide the housing that we want. Because we kind of have to regulate that housing. And if we don't, we're afraid it'll go into the second home market. And I feel like that's taking a lot of our energy. And I wish there was a way that we could, you know, simplify things or have it be a little more self-regulating. Like, I think there are some market flaws or, you know, market failures that we're really struggling to correct, and we're ending up in a sort of regulatory situation. So that to me is a challenge. You know, like John Hitchcock was saying yesterday, that they're really trying to focus on like naturally affordable housing and things like that, and just getting smaller units on the ground, which I think is what a lot of places are doing. And my sense is we're nervous to do that, because even if it's a small unit, if it's on the open market, it could still become a second home. And so that's like a tool that we don't really have in our toolbox that other places do.
And we can't require that all new housing is primary occupied if you want to get a unit of housing, an allocation.
I mean, we have looked at that before. I mean, it's definitely always worth like putting stuff back on the table and thinking about it again and seeing if there's a.
Because we have to get more local residents. It's the only way.
Yeah, and so maybe we do. I don't want to say that the way we're doing it isn't right. Like, I think we can make it work, but I just feel like that is a challenge. Yeah.
Don't you, I mean, we didn't say the NIMBY word. I mean, you know, I think that's a huge challenge, right? I mean, it stops every single project. Everybody says we need housing, and then the minute we propose something, no matter how well we've documented and proven we need housing, that we still have a battle.
I think we also need to gauge what our housing needs are at a little better of a, like, understanding, because I also think it regionally, it breaks apart so much in our region. Definitely North Shore's housing needs are so far different than ours. We just opened up a sugar pine wait list, right? And we had about 260 total applications, you know, but we hear that we need 2,000 housing units. Well, hold on, if we needed 2,000 housing units, that wait list would be 1,500 people, and it's only 268. And so it starts to show like what are, and having a gauge of what is the truth of the housing needs. And then there's different housing needs. You know, our professional workforce that makes 150,000 a year isn't going to be able to afford to own a home in the basin. That's just a fact, but they want to own their home. And so they probably are going to choose to live in Gardnerville or in the Carson Valley. So the headway getting back and forth is critical. And that's what any place that the market is, you cannot own. You have to have the headway of transit between the communities they own. And I always point to Glenwood Springs and Aspen, which you don't want to be like Aspen, but that's how their workforce gets to work every day is transit. And we haven't made a plan for headway between the Carson Valley and South Shore. We've got to create that plan.
Last.
Yep, just Karen or anyone, did location come up in the barriers? Because, I mean, thinking back to the map of 90% public land, I mean, we just have limited opportunities for housing. Because we know that the cost to tear down old properties is great. And we like to see repurposed properties first, but there is a cost barrier. You know, there's special provision in the Farm Bill in Colorado to have Forest Service land be used for affordable housing. Did any of that come up?
I think that came up last year, if I recall, but we did talk about, like, there's limited areas left in town centers to build, and so that was kind of part of the, like.
At least in some of the town centers on North Shore.
Yeah, but, so, yeah, let's look at other areas that might be still close to transit or still have enough amenities or services that it does make sense to have people live there. And it was more of like, not necessarily site by site, but just looking at some other areas or doing pilot projects.
Pilot projects, right? Okay.
So how would that work? I mean, what would be the mechanism? Would it be a Landsville where there would be exchange of properties?
It would probably take a mention in a federal bill, and the Farm Bill is still up, you know, it's being revised right now.
Well, they have land bills. I mean, if you can identify properties, for example, that can be exchanged for Forest Service property, that may be
Yes.
closer to a town center, you just need a sponsor or a bill.
And there are active land packages in the Congress right now that could possibly be considered.
I thought it was just administrative lands for the Forest Service,
It
and
is.
that was our barrier in the basin, because there's not many designated administrative lands.
That is correct.
Certainly on North Shore,
That
but
is-
Truckee has one that they're pursuing for a project.
Right, but in the Farm Bill, all of that has to get reauthorized. So if they're rewriting those provisions, you know, is it worth really taking a laser focus of, I mean, certainly most of the Forest Service lands would not be appropriate, you know, because you want it to be close to services, but there's a lot of land, and the Forest Service has openly said in lots of public meetings, you know, they have trouble getting housing for their firefighters, for their workforce, you know, that's a huge issue for capacity, as Kim and Kat were saying, and so how, you know, we're looking at it at the Myers Invasive Species Inspection Station that El Dorado County has stepped up to partner on conservancy land, a permanent boat inspection that potentially could have a couple of units of affordable housing, you know, so I think we just need to think, how do you marry up some of these, you know, capacity workforce development problems in the EIP with housing, at least to further the needle a bit.
And then Shelley, even, you know, the sites that I brought up were Dollar Hill and Lake Forest. They're not in a town center.
Right.
It's where affordable housing was forever, the ghetto and the meadow, and, you know, for those of you who don't know, that's Lake Forest Glen. And it's my backyard, right? It's that commercial area in Lake Forest that should be housing.
Well, Dollar Hill did have an affordable housing project. approved.
And we're still working on it, but we didn't get the overrides that would have allowed us to build a number of units
Right.
that would help it pencil.
Well, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
When we brought that project forward, Highlands Village.
Yeah.
The problem was that the priorities from the federal government keep shifting. Sometimes it's senior housing, sometimes it's affordable housing, you know,
Yeah.
you don't know from year to year, you know, what you'll be applying for and what the odds of,
Right.
what the odds are of getting the sort of subsidies you need. So there needs to be more consistency at the federal level.
But looking for incentives from TRPA outside of town centers.
Right.
And that's where we got into, maybe it's pilot projects, because waiting 2 or 3 more years to get phase 3 done.
Sure.
Is a long time for us to wait. So that's,
Rather than applauding these very difficult challenges, let's applaud the clarity with which it was described. We've got some challenges here. Ready? Jared, thank you very much. I keep waiting to see which one of these is the easy bucket. It wasn't that one. We've got 3 non-easies. The last one must be the easy one.
Tiffany's gonna I don't know.
Bring it up.
Bring it home, Tiffany. Yes, I'll bring us home. I think a lot of what we heard and talked about at the emerging issues station has a home probably in one of the other strategic priorities. So I'll
touch on some of those really briefly. We did talk a lot about, local enforcement of whether it's bonus units and ADUs, deed restrictions that are associated with those, or other types of mandates and commitments that, that local agencies can more easily and, have them, maybe have funding sources to enforce, like potentially a water bottle ban or a dark skies ordinance, something like that. So I think a lot of that, tracking, monitoring, adopting, and then local agency enforcement, probably, you could probably group that into the housing, bucket, for example. We also, the VHRs as needing a TAU as opposed to an RUU was something that also came up, that we heard, at one of the other strategic priorities. In that same, category, I think it was Cody who brought up, transit fees for VHRs. Specifically maybe like a TRPA transit fee as a mitigation for the impacts associated with those. And maybe like tying some of those, whether it's through the enforcement mechanisms or, the transit mitigation fees, kind of focusing on maybe parking management as almost a way to kind of, to focus that, conversation. So I think those were some high level themes, in regards to the housing strategic priority that probably could find a home there. We also had some comments on, that were really tourism related, everything from, trash on the beach at Zephyr Shores, to Zephyr Cove parking safety, fuel reduction, clearly have a home in resilience and restoration. But also, remote sensing for forest health, we've heard that here we talked about that here at our station too. And then monitoring impacts to native and non-native species from things like, smoke, migrating smoke, and also, the equipment that's used for fire prevention, mitigation, et cetera. So that did come up here. Going back kind of to the, tourism theme, heard more public access to Lake Tahoe. I think Vince, as we were walking around this beautiful lake, that comes up, not just at Lake Tahoe, but perhaps at other lakes that are also under TRPA jurisdiction. So we heard that. And another interesting one in the tourism theme was preparing for a tourism influx in 2028 because of the Olympics in LA. So that was something that I hadn't thought about before, so thank you, Belinda, for bringing that up. And then we have some of these kind of standalone that I'm not really sure where they might find a home, but I'll just mention them. We have talked about tribal representation and some of the other priorities, specifically engaging the tribes during the planning process, and then really sustaining that engagement. And I liked what Alex brought up as like co-management when it comes to tribal representation. Let's see, what else do we have? I think Shelley brought this one to us, develop a worst case scenario in terms of future funding. We talk about funding a lot here for various strategic priorities, but developing a worst case, I thought that was an interesting way to phrase it. And I think, and I guess lastly, this could touch everything, public involvement and education. Looking at ways, I guess, to be more effective at that. So I think unless anybody wants to add comments, questions.
I think just to add that the Kim's list that we presented, we
Yeah.
talked about, those are also inclusive of what we discussed, so we didn't really include any of those on.
Right, we have a note up here, just plus Kim's pre-list. She threw up on a slide before we went into breakout sessions.
There was one more strategic issue, we didn't really have a solution for it, that I just think it's good for everybody to know about is, and Cindy brings that up, is it's her district, but it's the same thing happening in Washoe and Douglas and El Dorado is, as those counties grow outside the basin, the likelihood of strong representation from the local elected official living in the basin or having a smaller and smaller constituency, it's gonna change. Tahoe is gonna become less important to those elected county representatives, so we kind of talked about this is an opportune time. We have good board members, good local representatives to work on some of these issues with the locals on enforcement and monitoring and all that we may not have in the future.
And to get it into the culture now and the policies developed now, so it continues on. Yeah.
We need to create Tahoe for state of California's first new county in 100 years. Street around. That's what I think.
Kim and Hester, is there anything you want to say, and maybe not, about the creation of this category, why we pulled it out, how it relates to the other ones as we constructed this agenda?
I would say one of the driving things was, there's a lot of emerging issues and, we can't tackle everything and we want to make sure we're responsive to what's going on in the community, but like, what do we want more discussion about and information? So we can, because we may not know where TRPA's role is best, but maybe we should talk about it more and find some more information. So that's helpful for us to know as we're thinking about the board agendas for the next year of like, when we bring informational items or maybe you want a committee discussion about it. So even after this, if you think about that, we're all ears on trying to bring in the right way to have those discussions.
And I would add to that, I think when we put together the work plan last year, I remember Julie and Cindy and some of us talking about, we almost called it a parking lot last year instead of emerging issues. We had a lot of stuff there that was way more than we had bandwidth to do. But we wanted to, like Kim said, have that dialogue about that this year because we will be able to fit some of it in, just like we did this year. And so it just gives us a better sense of what we should try to fit in and what would be nice to, but maybe doesn't get fit in. Because, Julie and Chad are gonna have to put together what we can do with the resources we have, and there's way more to do here than the resources we have. But now we have better dialogue to help us do that.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, just, we appreciate the discussion, and I would just add in the emerging issues category. We have really, looked closely and analyzed public comment at the board meetings, from the last year, since we all met in the retreat last April and in this fiscal year, and how do we reorganize our priorities or attack as many of these emerging issues as we can. But at the end of the day, we have a budget to balance and we have a workforce that, luckily we're fully staffed. Like, we're so proud of the fact that we've got a fully staffed agency, but we're not bringing on new people most likely, unless they're under contract. So that's gonna be the challenge over the next month of how to distill this and then develop this into a balanced budget.
Comments, questions, Cindy?
One other issue emerging, I don't know, it's emerged already and it continues to emerge. But this whole issue of the public comment and the lack of understanding of the agency in general. The progress we've been talking about in each of the other areas, the progress we're making, our charge and our mission, our authorities and our lack of authorities. So the issue of capacity, what's the capacity for the basin? Why haven't you put a limitation on who can come here and what, and those kinds of discussions. So, how do we effectively communicate? Because we spend a lot of time on particular issues trying to educate people versus having a more proactive approach to that communication. Does that make sense at all, or others feeling that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, strongly. I mean, it's more divided than it's been, and it's just hard to.
And the world has changed in how it's communicating and interacting. The
Right.
nature of meetings, how long we get together, the ways that we get together. It's been a while since standards. We still do public comment, it's very important, but I see everybody wrestling with new methods that are both broad and deep to actually engage people and have meaningful conversations. We haven't figured it out yet. We're all in this experiment together, and the world definitely has changed. This is very hard.
I have,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think, that's something we hear in public comment as, 3 minutes at the podium isn't enough. And we want more time to work with the staff and work with the board members. So we're gonna keep looking at ways, because we try to go out into the community to other, not trying to create new meetings and go to people's meetings. But I think it's gonna be talking to the public more about what are the new ideas that they wanna, that works for them. So I think we'll really look at that more this year.
When I first joined the board, many moons ago, we had 2-day meetings. And I've noticed that we occasionally will lose a quorum because everybody who's on this board is very busy and has other commitments, but I think it's something we should examine, look at. So we can have a retreat. We can come to, the second day, we come to Falls Lake and we have a meal, we can take a walk to the waterfall. No. No, but I think in terms of meeting management, it might be a good idea. There's not too many objections to have a 2-day meeting when necessary to reduce the length of any given agenda, especially if we have some contentious issues coming before the board.
One thing I didn't go over, I think I put it on the mission review, I think that we really should look at adopting building code that is more in the living building challenge, which goes beyond lead, and you're seeing a lot in like Asia, where if we're gonna give, for instance, Barton is gonna be coming with a height variance over 56 feet. Well, if we're gonna give you that variance, design your building to the highest environmental standard that blends into the environment. And again, there's standards known as living building challenge that it's like adopt that building code, and that's what you have to do to get that variance, is you build this building to blend in the environment and to be a positive to the carbon footprint rather than negative. And yeah.
I think you also have to temper that with the fact that if you're dealing with a public service, that's necessary and critical to the community, that sometimes you have to get some give and take. So I'm not sure. I understand what you're saying, Cody, and that would be great in a perfect world, but I think there are going to be certain situations where that may be a showstopper for certain projects that have benefits that we need.
Well, I'm not suggesting that other mitigation sources wouldn't be available, but that would be one, is that, instead of spending some huge amount of money, you design your building to mitigate.
Okay, well, maybe there's some offsets.
There are a lot of things in the emerging issues bucket, but let's hear it for finding better ways to engage everybody. Are you game to try to do a really abbreviated exercise for our last thing? This is why I think abbreviated is fine for this conversation. It continues with what we just started, which is how do we do this better? We keep having these in the retreats. Let's have this at the headline level. And that's what I mean is just describe the idea. And what I propose is we make little groups. You share really quickly individual ideas, you quickly pick one, and we hear it from you, and I'm talking about being done in literally 10 minutes. And so again, the order would be, I want to get 2 board members to find each other. Wherever you are, 2 board members to find each other. Staff, sprinkle yourself among the 2 board members. Spend 30 seconds in your own heads, dreaming, each person, of one suggestion to make life, board relations, staff, board interaction, whatever you want, your jobs, your mission better. Share them briefly, vote on one, pick one. We'll do super quick report out. Those that didn't make it, will make it anyway. We're gonna do public comment, we're out of here. Got me? Does it work? 2 board members find each other, staff, find them. Pick an issue, we're gonna head, boom, 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 here we go.
In a different.
Coordinating staff.
Interaction. Shorter work days.
I like today. I think it's already.
Nice.
Well, and it's not just you, but there are more than.
I like that. Then we thought like, okay, if you're, when you're integrating it, it's just you're not sure how you're thought, and then you start from assuming everyone's in. Staff. Yeah.
I just, there feels like, I don't know.
That's not from my investigation, like, I know, you know, I know.
Yeah, like, I know this guy had, I did not worry about it. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, just for fun. Recap, well. Because James was on here before, but I feel like this.
Yeah, and that's the thing with you guys, I'm thinking like, again, babies.
That's like, that's really important. I don't think we can. When we.
Really 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
2-minute warning, 2-minute warning.
You know, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, actually, right, just. They should. Yeah.
It is, I thought about, like, the committee chairs, I thought about, even for the retreat, like, should we have the committee chairs? Yeah. What they, it's great. But we also, you know, you all are so many. Yeah, we can do those.
That I know I should. That we're not required. They That might be helpful, yeah. Right, I know, but you have, when you think about all the.
Cereal.
And that's a full-time job, it's really hard.
Yeah.
Like, it's, take like a whole day, and I
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you get that.
We're in the home stretch. About 60 seconds a table. So I said one idea. You can fit as many as you want in 60 seconds. But well, anybody speak. We didn't pick speakers. Let's just hear your ideas, please.
Our table can go first. Our board members were Cindy and Belinda. A lot of the time was talked about building on Shelley's idea of the 2-day board meetings. Really the idea of those allowing for more time for informational, educational presentations with the board to dive deeper into topics, allow more time for discussion, public engagements, just more opportunity. 2-day board meetings would also enable more tours and getting out into Tahoe to see the stuff on the ground. The idea of maybe more time to certain agenda items, so we're a little more paced out in the board meetings. And then getting board members a little bit more involved outside of our 1-a-month board meetings, and then there's a lot of emails, and sometimes maybe for TRPA events like our webinar the other night, we just have a board calendar that board members get added as optional, so it's easier for them to filter through all of the different events going on.
Awesome, thank you very much.
We're very similar and based on the concept of interaction, the ability to have more interaction amongst all individuals, whether it be the public, whether it be the board members, whether it be the staff. You know, you could even get in the concept, you know, you look at coffee in the community and try to, when certain board members might be in the area, be able to come and just have more interaction with everybody. We have a more free flow of information. It's not a discussion or a concept of making decisions, but just giving more time to see the entire issue rather than only having a very limited time and maybe not getting the full picture.
Shelley?
Well, along the same lines, Devin reported out on this group. We thought that there's some resistance to the idea of today, board meeting, and I understand that people have other lives and commitments, and some people are working full time, and I certainly understand that. I'm hopeful that maybe we can come up with a solution, maybe have all the committee meetings on the first day and then the board meeting on the following day. You know, some of us have multiple committees that I'm serving on, but others don't. It's a little difficult for people like Belinda coming in from out of town, but you can spend, you know, the night. More time. Yeah, more time at Lake Tahoe. But also the idea of maybe, you know, how this would work, assigning a board member to individual departments that they would interact with on a more frequent basis. And maybe actually to keep us all from falling asleep during board meetings, they'd have to actually participate in the presentation.
Yeah.
That was all right.
What division do you want?
You forgot the most important part. We all wanted a TRPA vest.
Oh, yeah. Send your thoughts to Mario.
What size do you wear?
Yeah, find out.
And it's more, less passive engagement and more active engagement with
Yeah.
the board. Like, it's just a long day of information sometimes, and getting to maybe, if there's ways in the committees to be more interactive in discussion, just like Director Settlemyer was saying, we should look at that.
We talked about really just public trust, what we can do, at the board to be kind of more engaged with the public and making sure that, you know, we're always very much engaged, attentive. I think that's something that else we talked about a little bit is like making sure that we're committed to being a board member and making sure that we're here. And that I think, you know, through the COVID period and how acquainted we got to Zoom, we're used to like, oh, well, we can Zoom into that meeting, but we really, for the public trust, need to be there and show our commitment to showing up every time, and making sure we're engaged with the process. And yeah, typing emails while we're trying to be listening to the board.
And can I just end on a high note, because I talked to Wes.
Were we alone?
Wow.
No, I think that, the comments that I heard from the two of you are just an appreciation for venues like this and the acceptance of the free flow of ideas. And, I thought that was great. I appreciated it too, so.
Nice.
One thing I will add, she said, do you want to talk? I said, no, you talk. Well, you didn't say what I wanted to hear. We all wanted to give a shout out to Maria. Maria. I can never pronounce it right. When I came here 5 years ago, you made me feel part of the family. And I walked into a group of people that I don't know why I'm here, because I don't like you. Because I live here and I wanted to put on a damn deck. And there was no way I could put on my damn deck. My wife is still bitching about that. But you made me feel, you taught me that I was wrong in what I was saying. You were not trying to reinvent Lake Tahoe. You were trying to save Lake Tahoe. And it took me a while to get that through my thick skull, but being felt welcomed into this group, and Maria, I'll never say it, was one of the first people I came in contact with, and you made me feel part of a family, and I really.
So a shout out to Tracy and Catherine as well. I mean, these three ladies really make our board meetings a lot more convenient, a lot more efficient, and we appreciate all the work you do.
Absolutely.
How about your exec staff working hard to make this happen? How about you guys coming from all over the state? Thoughts from our director, public comments, and we'll close.
Great. Well, we are very close to the finish line. Thank you all for your time, your energy, your great ideas. What a joy today has been. I wanted to close this out with a couple of additional mentions, and I just love the interaction between the board and the staff, because I have always in my tenure at the agency viewed us as one team. And I'll have to say, Shelley will remember in the early days, and Wes recalls it didn't always feel that way. You know, it felt like it was very much us and them, or it was the community against TRPA. And my whole career, I've been working to address that with you. And I do feel like we're making a lot of progress. I mentioned the Blue Ribbon Awards that the Tahoe Chamber administered the other night, and Tom Booth, our invasive species prevention program manager, was a runner-up in the public service category. But the one of the new business awards of the year was Cup of Tahoe, great little coffee shop on the South Shore if you haven't been there. And the winner, the woman who owns the place, came up and said, you know, all I wanted to do was create a place where people feel like they belong, you know, to have that sense of belonging. And that is my dream for TRPA with the community, that we all feel like we belong and that we can participate. And there are different points of view. And in the last year and a half, I feel like the board has been free to express those different points of view. We have a 15-member, very diverse board, and there is not uniform agreement. And that's on purpose. That's the way that the compact set it up. And we've proven, I think, that we can make hard decisions together. The board can be courageous in decision-making and not always agree, but find common ground and find consensus, because we all love this special place. So I feel like we're creating a sense of belonging together, and I couldn't be more proud of our team. And today, the board got to be with our executive staff, which has just been growing in the last year and a half. You know, we've promoted so many staff and so many jobs have shifted. I could not be more proud of the team we have today. And I especially want to thank Kat, Michelle, Karen, Nick, and Tiffany for amazing assimilation of a bunch of ideas that flew out in popcorn style. And we are going to come back with some semblance of order in a work plan. But you all have done a great job. So another round of applause. Thank you. And for the board, and for your time, talent, and treasure. So, send your sizes to Maria for your best, please. Seriously, we do have an end of the fiscal year budget, which we haven't finished for apparel with the TRPA logo. So let's do that. And then I wanted to ask Cindy and Haley if you wanted to say any other closing remarks.
I do really quick, and this is, one thing that you all do so well to us is just constantly ask us what you need as staff and what you need to be a better board. So I'd really like to put that back seriously to you all at the exec team. What do you need from your board? What can we be doing better to help this relationship? It goes two ways, right? And you guys are so fantastic. And if there are things that, and we want to be the best board we can be as well to this agency. So if there are things that you need back from us, we don't have cool vests, I'm sorry. But if you guys, you know, if there's ways we're communicating, if there's ways, if it's easier to like have small groups of us, we're not scary usually. But tell us back, because we appreciate that you always ask us, but to ask you back, what can we do to be better? So thank you for days like today.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Cindy, anything you wanted to
Well,
share?
you know, I couldn't say it better than Haley, but thank you to the board members too, because the time and commitment that, and the heat we take, right? I mean, we ultimately have to make votes in public that often make people unhappy. And it takes courage and it takes commitment and that vision that we have, that we are on the right track. And it's only because staff have given us that background and often have filtered through all the weeds and all the information and have been round the clock answering questions right up to those tough decisions we have to make. And tried to solve the problem for us. But I couldn't be more thankful for the board, and I'm so honored to get to work with all of you. It's just really an inspiring group of staff and board. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Public comment.
Yes.
Shelley, did you want to do that?
Well, no, everybody's receiving accolades, but our facilitator.
Yeah.
What's the sound of one hand clapping?
Yeah.
You put that 3-minute thing up there so I know how far I.
Please, Doug, do your thing.
Okay. Doug Clary, TahoeCleanAir.org. First, I'm really impressed with the staff. I think this is a far better retreat than last year. Really good. Things I like today, first of all, I like this whole concept of T-Day meetings. I think that's gonna go a long ways towards helping out some communications. I love Cody's idea about a JPA for transportation. Transportation is way too splintered. It's confusing. There's too many agendas in each of the agencies and it's a mess. I love the website that you guys have put together in the last year, tremendous amount of data. And I hope you continue to spend a lot of money to capture that data because it's gonna cut back on opinions. I heard a few opinions expressed a few minutes ago about whatever. There's no data behind those comments. So I think everyone's gonna be saved in the short term and the long term by data. So we don't have to be subjective. I like the single clap thing. So, the other thing is, so we've still got roles. We're not adversaries. We disagree on some things. Big thing, big time stuff. So those roles are gonna continue. And, you know, the community, views you know, many of your projects and proposals as hardball, hard hitting, and, there's differences of opinion. So we're gonna continue in our roles, you'll continue in yours, hopefully we can find some sort of a match. Regards to public trust, and what I say about hardball and hard hitting, so the other day, 39 degrees latitude, we had over 100 people in the room. When the developer rolled out the slide, we were stunned. I mean, anybody with a half a brain, and I'll just do plain talk, looked at that and I went, oh my God, they're doing it again and again and again. And we just went through this Placer County TBAT thing. We had to file a lawsuit. Matt filed a lawsuit. Sierra Club has a lawsuit. Point is, Placer County's up here in front with the developer. I don't know what position John was, he was in the room. Nice to see you there. But the point is, it sends a message. You're doing it again. The developer was asked after this thing's humongous, and they've got workforce housing over here and a bus up here and this huge hotel and whatever. Anyway.
That's not your timer.
Oh.
That's not your time.
Yeah.
Mr. Flatty, just do your thing. You're doing fine.
So anyway. The developer was asked how many workforce units or something like that you actually have to put in on this humongous project to make it work. John, correct me, I think he said, what, 3 or 12? It was minuscule. So I call that exploitation of workforce housing. I mean, the community continue to lose faith because we're not protecting what's left up here. That's the deal. Okay, so anyway, enough said about that. Final thing is, as I mentioned when I first made my comment earlier, I think this staff really does want to protect Lake Tahoe. The problem is, and that will never change, and that is, you know, new ideas and then old guard, going back to what I described as the 2012 regional plan drum banging, and the lack of a cumulative EIS since then. So, and then we have special interest board members. They really make a difference. I watched them make a difference with all of you, the staff, other board members. So we've got that issue. But anyway, thanks for a great day. This mapping is so wonderful up here. I guess they're gonna roll this out in a few days. It's gonna make all of our lives easier. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
1, 2,
Any announcements? Any online comments?
There's no one online.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. What a nice place. Please travel safely. Those that don't have to travel, you don't have to go home and you can stay here. So you're welcome to hang out and talk to each other
How
long
are
we gonna
stay here?
until October.
I do get a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned at 3:19 on the 23rd.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay.